We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa! Yeah. Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top. That's 1, not 2 or 3.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece! Oh my gosh.
Such a fork, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go! I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Karina's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, Queen H1 mate. Unstoppable mate on H1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making them plays. Get money too and I'm winning the race. Pick out the base.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen! Oh. Queen is done.
1 second, she's got a move.
Oh no.
No way.
Pick up the base. Pick up the base.
Hello and welcome to the round of 16 of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm going to be commenting the action alongside the absolutely wonderful Women's Grandmaster, Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, I can see that very swanky green screen behind you. Are you hyped for this? And also, where are you?
I am actually in Barcelona right now. I am here for the EPT and Poker Stars for the Poker Stars EPT, and I am here in the Chessable studio. So it's really swanky. You probably recognize it a little bit from your favorite courses. So super stoked, and of course the whole crew here is so kind. They're giving me all sorts of treats and stuff, Jovi. Wish I could mail some over to you.
Oh, I absolutely wish that as well. But yeah, you're right. Recording in the Chessable studios is quite an experience. And today it is also going to be an experience as we have the last 2 matches of the round of 16. So what is the Women's Speed Chess Championship all about? Well, there you can see it's a single elimination bracket, which means you have to win the match in order to progress. It started off as a 16-player field. Now there's only 10 participants. 2 players did qualify via Title Tuesdays, 4 via the play-ins, and 10 players were directly invited. And one of those players that was qualifying via the play-ins, she is facing off today against a very, very esteemed competitor. But let's take a look at the brackets presented by Julius Baer, the official wealth management partner of the CCT and the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Jen, let's have a look at this.
Yes, it really is an incredible event so far. I mean, we've got a great match in store for you right now today, as we have former Women's World Champion Kosteniuk against one of our qualifiers from the play-in, May Narva. And if you really look at their blitz ratings, 2 extremely formidable players here, grandmaster level stuff we are going to be seeing in just a few minutes.
Exactly. We've had so many prestigious names competing in this event. We did see a surprise result in that Zhongyi Women's World Championship Challenger. She was knocked out by Polina Shivalova. But today it is going to be all about Kosteniuk against Mai Narva. And there we can see the players. We see Alexandra Kosteniuk, former Women's World Champion. She's been World Rapid Champion. And her opponent is 4-time Estonian champion Mai Narva. She won the play-ins, the second play-ins, and she beat some great names along the way, including Zhongyi. So, Jan, this is gonna be such a close fought match. Both players actually have a very powerful style of chess, and there we can see Mai. She is getting into the flow. Oh gosh, it must be so nerve-wracking waiting for the arbiter to sound the call and knowing that this could be your moment in the spotlight. And there we see Alexandra Kosteniuk getting ready. Jen, how do you feel before every epic tournament that you play?
Wow, well, it looks like Kosteniuk's actually really excited, and I love to see this because so many times I feel nervous before a big event. But I really feel like she's, vibing from the preview video with all those great beats. She's ready to go. And May Narva, it's so difficult to win one of those play-ins, right? So many monsters. So that's got to be a little boost of confidence, even if you are facing the great Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yes. And well, the match is going to be split into 3 portions, and it begins with 45 minutes of a time control of 5 minutes plus 1 second. And I can see from the board that the games are off. The players have launched into battle, and there we see Alexandra Kosteniuk with the white pieces facing off against Mai. Now Mai, she perhaps is unknown to many players, but she's a very strong international master, just 24 years old, comes from a chess playing family, and I've actually played her many times, and I've escaped just, using every single wit that I had available. She's a very formidable opponent.
And what do you find most sensational about her play? Is it more of the tactics or the strategy?
She's excellently prepared in the opening. I've really had a lot of trouble even neutralizing her with the white pieces. And when it comes to Kosteniuk is just powerful personified. She plays with a lot of punch. She's always direct. And I actually have a tremendously bad score against Kosteniuk. I don't think I've won no, actually, not one. I've never drawn a game against her. I've lost every single time I played. But here we're seeing such a critical position already. We're seeing opposite side castling, and it looks like the players are bringing their A game already.
Now, what happens if we play e4 here? What's going on?
Yeah.
With the black pieces. At first glance, that move looks so powerful, right? But I guess you can just play rook takes e4, and the e5 square is really well protected, and there's nothing really going on with knight e5 yet. That's why f5 threatening the move e4.
Yeah, that's definitely very scary. I love your e4 idea, by the way. I wasn't quite sure whether it wasn't working, but there we can see the computer indicating the best move is rook to e8. Just push through that pawn break, e4. And the question for white is, how on earth are you going to even attack? Because you're nowhere near generating any form of play on the queen side. And when you have opposite side castling, it's really war.
Oh, and she played it. Great move. Now, the idea is that it's just really hard to stop the move e4 right now, huh? Like, how do you do it? Queen... your e4 just threatening to win a piece straight up. So it's an emergency situation here, and this move is getting an exclam from the computer. Yeah. If we play queen e3, that looks like such an awkward move, but at least it feels like it stops me from losing a piece right away, because after e4 I could move my knight. But there's got to be something better, right, Jovi?
I don't know. I was thinking the same lines as you. I was thinking that you got to break the pin because e4 is deadly, right? And the only way that I can see that you can sidestep the pin is go queen to e3. And at least you have some view of the a7 pawn. But I don't see how else to fight against this really tremendously dangerous e4. Okay, bishop b5. Okay, I was not expecting that, and you can already see it's been awarded with a question mark. So first up, what's the threat from white? And if there's no threat, isn't e4 just going to be very nice?
She's got to think that there's some tactical way here, tactical answer here. For instance, after e4, maybe she wants to play bishop takes c6, and then if pawn takes f3, we can play queen takes e8 check. So, Kosteniuk, we know. I also remember losing a 2-game match to her back in the World Championship eons ago, where she got in second place. She's always looking for these tactical solutions and so good at finding them. So I think that must be her idea. e4, bishop takes c6, pawn takes f3, allows queen takes e8 check, and white's doing fine. Great. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, but e4 anyway. I thought, you got to test, because otherwise there's too much pressure against e5. And here we see e4, pawn takes e4. I think we're going to see your idea, Jan.
So if pawn e4, we will see bishop takes c6, you mean? And then the question is, what else is there? Can she just play the calm move like queen takes c6? And what will be done against that? She's got to come up with some kind of knight e5, knight d4 idea, knight d4 rather, to try to get out of this alive.
Yeah, I think the same as well, that bishop takes c6 is a very important tactical shot. But at the end of it, we do have to do their assessments, and it's looking like black probably is more than okay, right? The bishop pair. So some hesitation there from Mai, and she does go for pawn takes pawn, and yeah, bishop takes c6 as predicted by Eugen. You're sharp. I love this kind of tactical motif. It is beautiful, but hang on a second.
I mean, desperate times come for desperate managers, and this is what it's called. This is a desperado tactic where you know you're going to lose something, so you gotta get your attack on as well. Now, queen g6, I think, would allow to move g4 potentially. So queen takes c3 instead. Tried by Maynarva, who could have played bishop e2 and maybe got in a good endgame, but she wants more.
Yeah. And she cannot take this bishop on a5, so h5, because the rook on e1 is hanging with check. That's an important point. And wow, how many pieces are under fire from that queen on c3? And actually, it's pretty critical right now. Bishop d2? Yeah, I guess you have...
Bishop b. Maybe b is in baby, because I'm afraid that if I do bishop d2, you have queen a1. So yeah, you see, so there's all these desperado tactics. Whereas now, if you play queen takes e1, at least I have queen takes e1. Thank goodness I have that, right? And if queen takes b2, queen h5 hits your rook on e8.
Yep.
What the tactics are just flying. But then g6, and then what? Queen d5, I guess, protecting we're going to see this play out as queen takes h5. Probably we'll see g6. And then queen d5 holds on to everything.
Oh, hang on a second. This is counter-attack time because bishop to b4 played, targeting the rook on e1. But that's kind of given a question mark by the engine. That's so harsh. It looks pretty good in my eyes.
Is there rook takes? No, we can't take because our rook is hanging. So this one is not able to go to like rook takes e4 to go for tactics. Not going to work right now. So instead, what's the deal? What can we do here? Rook. You're right. I mean, it looks so good, bishop b4. What's the deal? Why is that
there must be some desperado somehow. I mean, there is a check on g5. Oh, hang on a second. I just got to remember those lessons that the GMs keep like pumping into. They keep saying to me pins. They don't like pins. So queen to d5 is one idea.
Oh, I was thinking queen g4 check and knight c6 and rook b1 stuff.
Oh.
When you said pins, I was looking in a totally different direction, but look, it is there.
No, it's happening.
Knight c6 check with the idea that if pawn c6, rook to b1, and you've got all of your pieces there on the b file. All the good guys.
So dangerous. So dangerous. Oh. Okay, that one's given an X. But rook to ab1 was the move, but why is this particular rook wrong? What's rook e5? No? Queen d4.
Probably just because after queen d4, the rook on a1 is hanging, so it's harder to take that bishop on b4 to restore material equality.
Yeah.
Now c5 could be in the game.
Absolutely. You've got to anchor that bishop to b4. And my only 30 seconds left. And she does have a winning position. She is a piece up, but her king is shaky, and that is going to give Alexandra pause for thought. And so she goes king a8. Oh, she doesn't play c5. Now it's just a rook endgame. Rook to e5. I like it. Centralizing the rook. Rook d8 is next for black. For white, I guess you can start targeting e4. So there she comes. "20 seconds for my rook to b3. So many accidents happen, Jen, when one doesn't have too much time on the clock. And my finding the good moves. c5, excellent move. Just restricting the scope of the rook on c4. I love it.
And
But
she's also
18
looking
seconds.
like c6 square for the king. Remember, the king is a fighting piece in the endgame, and a move like c5 maybe allows her to sneak that king into the c6 square so much better than being corralled on a8 or a6.
Absolutely. And don't go c3 if you're white, because that would just trap the rook on c4. And now the king is in. And wow, look at that majestic figure in the middle, because we also now got the target for in the shape of the a4 pawn and rook to b6. Mai is doing this perfectly, just mobilizing her pieces, maximizing their potential. Love the way that Alexandra reacts there, posting the rook on d7, attacking c7 and g7. Still, this is such a sharp rook and pawn endgame.
It really is. It could go any way. Now, Alex has a huge time advantage, but it was even bigger earlier. So I've been really impressed by Narva and the way that she's navigating this. Now we understand why she wins these play-ins, because this is a really monstrous.
Oh, hang on a second.
Oh no,
for c3. I know. And now here, maybe she can go f4 and get a passed pawn. Okay, she does it this way. Black should be okay. King f4. Wow.
What was the miss there, Jovi? You said there was an f4 check? Okay, but anyway, in this case, Alex is still doing great here. Sasha Kosteniuk is still doing quite well. All of a sudden, not enough counterplay for white. I mean, for black, rather, as her king is stuck on c5.
Yeah. And this
she's
is the
not going
thing.
to be able to work h4,
How are you going
right?
to guard against the h-pawn? It's rolling.
It sure is. And we're going to have to be very passive, sticking in on the h8 square. Not what we want.
And okay, this is still incredibly messy because there's an a pawn on the run. Okay, I'm expecting king f4. Oh no, she goes for the d pawn. I was expecting the king to start walking over to assist the h pawn and maybe push the f pawn. Pass pawns must be pushed. And now Alexandra is down to 5 seconds. And we're still at the races.
Brilliant time management here by Narva. She's been on like 3 seconds for 50 moves or something. Like, what's going on? She's so fast. Oh my God, it's the pawns against the rooks, but the pawns are stronger. King g7, there's 2 of them. Only one rook to sack.
And now comes the queen. And this one is elementary there for Alexandra. She just has to introduce her king. Make sure that the pawn on c3 can't advance to c2. And there you see how she's checking the king so that when it stands in front of the pawn, now the white king can march up. And definitely in your endgames 101, this technique.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Kosteniuk's
got to be
been
careful.
performing this since she was a wee girl here. Yeah, she knows this one.
Definitely. We got to be careful, though, because if the black king is allowed to b1, then on it can find some stalemating ideas on a1. Nope, here comes a checkmate. There you go. Whew, what a start already. Alexandra winning quite the topsy-turvy game.
You know, that was crazy game, wild. Review it if you want to practice your tactics and what to do when every single piece is hanging. As Tal famously said, they can only take one of them at once. But Alexandra did take the first point, and I say, of course, she's a favorite in this match, right? Great blitz player, great rapid player. But I got to say that game makes me think this is going to be close, and I'm excited for the rest of the match. Not because just of Narva's play, but also her time management. It was kind of amazing that she was even able to come that close to drawing or winning, considering how terrible her time was. So.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that this is going to be a close match. Like I said, I played Mai many times and she's always impressed me with her opening preparation, the way that she handles the middle game. If I'm going to say there's a slight weakness, I've always been, well, I've not always, but I have managed to trick her in the time trouble portion. But then again, none of us play perfect chess when there's seconds left on the clock. But b6 there from Alexandra, and this has caused Mai to pause. And interesting enough, I don't see Alexandra like essay often this Petrov. I see her try the Karakhan, the Sicilians, e4, e5, but not a Petrov.
And this idea of trying to potentially either play bishop a6 or bishop b7 and c5, be very concerning. Big time advantage again for Kosteniuk, by the way. So notice this, and a question mark given to c5 because of the move bishop b5 check. Oh, yes,
and how do you block? Exactly, the d5 pawn is hanging, and oops, the queen lands there. It targets a8. Wow.
But how does it go? Because bishop b5 check, bishop d7. If bishop d7, queen d5, bishop takes b5, hits the rook on f1. But I guess at the end of the day, it works out. The tactics work out okay for white, huh?
Yeah, we have to do a material count at the end of it. And okay, well, here comes the moment of truth. Queen takes d5. Do you have the guts? And she does, to take on a8. So bishop takes bishop. Now queen takes rook. Bishop takes rook. And here, king takes bishop. And this
cold-blooded. Queen d1 check would be made if it would be made, but it's not. You got 91, so there we have it. But you can see that earlier in the variation, that's the kind of thing that you might see in the corner of your eye, queen d1, and think, you know, this is going to be pretty good for black. But it's not.
Yeah, and I'm expecting queen takes a7, rook to d1. And actually, I love rook to d1 first, just to, again, attack the queen. And there it comes, because white's knights are just ready to jump into some amazing square. I'm thinking of d5 and b5. It's looking so good. I mean, where are you going to go? You go queen c8, knight to d5, queen takes a7. Yep, that's also lovely. And I guess Alexandra's just going to hope and pray that she survives this. Goes knight to c6, attacks the queen, and continue as if nothing happened. But the opening has not worked out for Alexandra at all. So queen to b7, defend.
But she's fast. It's a bit of a mirror image of last game where she was in, she just had a whole minute, but in big trouble in the position. But what opening play so far by Narva? Just absolutely gorgeous concept and just such great execution in both games. Obviously, we saw her lose last game despite that, but it's really cool to watch her play.
Absolutely. And there we see Alexandra just developing the pieces. I think this is the best strategy. Just simply to play it out as if nothing happened and be positive, especially useful when you're defending bad positions.
And now how do we break through in this position? I'm kind of tempted by the idea because I'm looking at all these pins, right? Your knight is pinned, your pawn is pinned, and maybe a4 and a5, just trying to, you know, creep up on the b pawn.
Yeah.
So all of our other pieces look like they're in pretty good shape, you know. I mean, everything is looking good. Oh, and she did go for a4. And note even your knight on e6 is pinned because it's not the chess technical word pinned, but it's stuck there because of bishop takes c5 check, right? So pins everywhere.
Absolutely, and you've highlighted the queens are facing off against each other, and okay, that's why Alexandra beats that queen back. But look at that. She's just creating a pass pawn on the queen side. So excellent play there from Mai. And you can see that, okay, she's slightly down on the clock, but she's forcing Alexandra to think.
Yeah, I mean, she's just playing fantastic chess. Grandmaster chess here by Narva, 24 years old from Estonia. If you're not as familiar with her, you're going to be more familiar with her soon because she's just playing incredibly against the great Alexandra. I mean, look at this, another discovery that she's setting up. Just the tactics are on fire. It's the combination of tactics and positional chess that has been so beautiful so far in both her games. She did lose the first one, but trying to win the second game with this stunning play.
Yeah, I love it. You know, setting those cheap tricks. Knight to f6 would, of course, win the queen, as Jen has pointed out. But it's just more than that as well. The knight on d5 is just excellently placed. Hang on a second. I was okay. h3 again. That was a beautiful move because when your opponent doesn't have so much time, you just make a slow improving move and then you force them just to reassess the position time and time again, and just like first up ask what's the purpose of this little move, and secondly, you know, they're just stuck for a plan. And there you can see Alexandra goes queen c8 again. This position is ultimately lost for her, so she's just making moves and just trying to put the ball back into Mai's court. Queen to g4, threat of bishop takes h6, thank you very much. And now, whoa, forcing the king to f8.
The pins just don't stop.
Isn't there bishop takes c5?
Yes, another pin. It's been pin city. Oh boy. And here she has a self pin. Knight takes c5 wasn't possible because of queen c8, but is there a knockout blow here, or do we just play bishop d6 with a crushing position?
Yeah. I mean, black is in a complete bind, right? With the rook on e8, the knights over here. They can barely move a piece. Whereas white has these pawns that they can simply be pushed. Oops, that was me going crazy with my arrows. Sorry about that, Jen.
Oh no, I can see it's an exciting position to go wild with the arrows here. Queen e2 trying to get one threat, but that's all it is. One threat. She's got to back all the way back up to a6, right? What else is there? It's a miserable position. I mean, Narva's got to be feeling good to outplay the world champion, the former women's world champion. Absolute beast like this is just a nice feeling. Let's see. Knight f6. Okay.
Knight f6, amazing move. Look at it. I mean, it is like the icing on the cake here, because if you do take the knight, white will recapture, obviously, pawn takes pawn. And there is a threat on this knight on e7, but also the black king is super weak. You feel like they cannot survive, right? Knight to d4.
Knight d4 again. Yeah, if knight takes d4, there's queen g7 mate. So just trying to remove the defender of that g7 square right now in your analysis. Instead of just being greedy and immediately taking on e7, we're looking for something better. It's kind of the crazy position where our pawn on f6 is worth more than the knight on e7.
Exactly. And this knight is not going to run away, let's face it. So why not try to get as much as possible? And here you go. Here are the rewards. Knight to e5. Oh, she's setting up another mating idea of the knight coming to d7. Wow. She's good.
That's one way to put it here. Knight d7. But okay, so where's the knockout? The problem is it's almost like a zugzwang here. Because if Alex plays queen a7, knight c6, we don't talk about zugzwangs very often in the middle game. It's really almost entirely an endgame concept, but there are some rare exceptions, and I feel like we're gearing up for one. It's beautiful, right? You can't move the knight on e7 or e6. Rook on e8 is trapped. Bishop on d8 can't move. Pawn on h6 can't move because h5, queen h5, and your queen. And there it is. Yeah. Alexandra resigned.
And what a comeback victory from my Narva. Now, the two really are trading blows. Now, I just love that position in the end. It was complete domination from Mai. So Alexandra, she goes for a different technique, not e4. Instead, she goes knight to f3, g3 again. Alexandra understands that her opponent is excellently prepared, and she just wants to avoid that. And now I'm seeing some type of queen's gambit decline setup, I want to say.
Yeah, a bit of a Queen's Indian, Queen's Gambit decline melange here. But yeah, Kosteniuk, of course, is very versatile and is going to try to find a place where her opponent is less strong. Because those last two more theoretical, sharp games really turned out horribly for her. Even though she won one of them, she didn't like the way it felt, either of them. Exactly. But yeah, I'm still recovering from that game. I mean, I just don't see middle game zugzwangs very often. They're so rare, right? There's a famous one in my system by Nimzovich that is kind of like the quintessential one, but you just don't get it, right? It's amazing.
You absolutely don't normally get them with loads of minor pieces and the queens and the rook on the board. So I agree with you. It was a very artistic finish there from Mai. And here we see Alexandra. She's treating the opening unconventionally, I would say. It's not often that you put on the Catalan moves like f4, e3. it's a real hybrid kind of scenario of like a Catalan, like almost like a Stonewall Dutch. And now we see her trading in a sense. Not necessarily a fan of this, because often white just stands there with the tension and tries to create insurmountable pressure on d5. But here, c takes d5. I'm kind of expecting, I can't make up my mind actually, is even c takes d4. I think I would be heading that direction.
Just to another option. Yeah, there's so many options here. And interestingly, the computer really didn't like the move takes on d5 either. And now look at this aggressive move, pawn to g4 here, played by Alexandra. But is it good?
Well, it might be a nice practical choice. Okay, forget the computer's very harsh assessment. It's certainly scary, you know, your opponent has 3 minutes on the clock, you go g4, and you know g5 is coming. And there we see she decides just to centralize the knight. I like this, it's very natural, putting your pieces on good squares. And somehow I want this bishop on c1 to kind of just transport itself over the white pawns on e3 and f4. Maybe it's going to get a chance to after pawn takes pawn, knight takes knight. Oh,
I think she was worried that if pawn takes pawn, bishop b4 was going to come into the game, and this is probably why she did this. But now it just looks so beautiful for black as the pieces get traded and the center gets opened. The move g4 is going to look more and more like, oh, why did I do that?
Yeah, and now the knight's getting beaten around.
Move. Yeah, I mean, g4 move type kind of benefits from positions that are a bit more closed, right? So as it opens and the center becomes more solidified, it's not as fun to have that move. And look at that, the pawn just got snapped.
I know. I know. Oh no, that's really a nightmare scenario there for Alexandra, but she's resourceful. So rook c2, threatening this bishop on g2, so that's why we see rook f2. Yeah. But rook c8, that's a nice find there from my Nava. She just simply improving the pieces. And Alexandra kind of struggling from a plan. Oh, f5. Again, positionally, this is very, very beautiful. Just locking out this bishop on g2. I understand queen f1 now. It was bishop h3. Simples. Pins.
She's also trying to play this bishop h4 move, though, and that's going to be problematic because this rook on f2 is such an important defender.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that move, and because I was thinking about that, how do we get this bishop into the game, right? The principle of the worst piece, because obviously these rooks are rocking, and, well, you know, what can you say about this bishop? Sure, right now it isn't doing much, but it is really a star in another way, right? But this bishop here could do a lot more. So rook c2, rook c2, rook c1 played. Now what? Is there a knockout here?
Well, that's the big question, and whether one can get greedy. If you remember, black is already a pawn up, so you can just kind of trade rooks in good faith. But I'm also curious as to whether there's any fancy business with rook takes b2, and then some kind of bishop a6 is in. No. Yeah, maybe there is bishop a6 actually.
Maybe right away.
Right away, yeah.
Bishop a6. Yeah, but anyway, she just took instead, and this looks quite strong as well. Maybe not an immediate knockout, but very strong position here. Huge position here for black.
Yeah, and easy to play. This is what's concerning for Alexandra, that black has some natural moves at her disposal. She can go queen to e2. She can just create a hiding place for the king, you know, go h6. And then the question for Alexandra, she constantly has to mind her king. This bishop on e3 is just no good. And the bishop on g2, that's no fun either. Oh, this is already...
It's not fair. One of our bishops is supposed to be good and the other is supposed to be bad. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
My left side's bad, but my right side's also bad. What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, Alexandra probably should bank on her queen, you know, trying to be a nuisance there, maybe come up to c7. But yeah, it's very, very difficult to see how Alexandra can create some play, you know, create some chances just in order to hold the balance. And she does have one thing in her advantage. She has more time.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the whole match, and it's crazy to say this, but I mean, this is almost looking like it might be another kind of Zugzwang like position. I can't believe it because it is so rare, but it's hard for her to improve her pieces here, really. And now she has played Bishop F1. Like, if she can get the move Bishop C4 in, sure, that would be great, but it seems like it's going to be hard to do because then it weakens that F3 square, and I'm just not feeling optimistic for White at all about that.
Yeah. One thing that I would suggest for Black, though, is just to take some time out and give her king a hiding square on h7, just to avoid any potential perpetual checks. It doesn't feel like time is that critical here, unless White is threatening Bishop c4. But I don't see that as a big deal. You can, after all, just take it. Okay, Queen to f3, that's fine. And now maybe Bishop to a3. But that was maybe just a fancy move.
She's gone back to g4, but don't be fooled. She's not looking to repeat.
No.
Is she looking for to play the move g5? Oh, and there it is. G5 is the idea here, that she's hoping to just crash through. And I mentioned that Bishop on d5 doesn't look good right now. But I tell you, if that diagonal opens, White is toast.
Yeah, g5, such an excellent move. I like how you're like g5 and I'm like, oh, careful, think about the king. I love it. G5 is exactly what the position needed, and you spotted it, Jan. G5, oh my god, so much pressure on Alexandra's position, and it's just creaking. I mean, how can she keep in control of the f3 square, the diagonal on c1 to h6? She just cannot, because like you mentioned, if we're going to see f takes g5, f4 is a killer.
She's got to try Bishop c4, but I mean, I just don't see it working here. Because at least Bishop c4, you're getting a couple checks in, and Bishop takes d5 is a concrete threat. But it doesn't seem like it'll work very well, right? I mean, but let's see. If Bishop c4, Bishop takes c4, Queen c4 check, where do we put our king to kind of like prevent further checks?
Well, you can put it on g7. There's no more checks after that.
And then is there any way for White to get any play? Because your threat would then be Queen f3 check yourself. So right. Yeah, it's looking very dangerous with Alexandra now for, I think, the first time in the match actually going behind on time. Not a good sign at all. She's so good at finding ideas to kind of keep her activity in the game, give herself chances, and she can't find one.
Yeah, Bishop g2, at least keep an eye on f3. Is really not that much that White can do here. I'm kind of expecting moves like Bishop d6. You know, Black has ignited a fire, but pawn takes pawn. Ah, not... Maybe a step in the wrong direction. Somehow it feels like White's position became a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, but that's because Alexandra is a great defender, you know, because I was thinking once she played Bishop f1, you know, she has to kind of follow it up with Bishop c4, even though it's losing. But no, she's like, I'm just going to admit that I'm wrong and put it back on g2 where it defends myself. This is a great defender. Doesn't mean she's going to succeed in drawing the game, but she'd have a better chance than me, who would have already played Bishop c4. Once you say A does not mean you have to say B.
Yeah. I agree completely. You are allowed to pivot. And by the way, talking about great defense, Alexandra doing her utmost to make life difficult. Look, the queen has come to h6. But note how she prepared it with a little small move, such as h3. And here it feels like White's at least going to get a few checks in. And king goes to e8. And 5 seconds for Alexandra. Throw in a check. Be careful where you put the king.
Okay, what do we do? Do we have a win here? I feel like we should. Queen d1 check, king h2.
There's no check.
Just with the pawn queening, right?
Yeah. And there you see e2. Yeah. Oh, hang on a second. There's some checks here. Oh, she can't. It looked like it was a perpetual check there. But
Maybe
she
she was
grabbed the
supposed to
pawn on
make a
e7.
I feel like it could have been a situation where she needed to make a knight to keep the checks going, which is crazy. Not something we see very often. Okay, what's going on now? So little time. Oh boy.
Oh my goodness. There's no
She doesn't
pawns
have any
left.
pawns left. But she can try.
Oh.
It's lit. She's going to keep playing, yeah?
Absolutely. But oh my goodness, Alexandra is doing it. She is saving a draw. And all she needs to do now is trade off queens. There's no more pawns left on the position. And she will have gotten the draw. Wow. The queens can hold off each other. So, oh my goodness me. What a save.
All right, don't count it yet. Although she is fast. She only has 5 seconds, but look at this. She's got this little pendulum here, and it does look like she's getting it done. But that was an insane little moment that we saw earlier where I think it was making a knight, and maybe it comes down. It didn't matter because we ended up getting the draw in another way. Just fantastic fighting skills there by Alexandra Kosteniuk, showing us why you can never count her out no matter how bad her position is. Wow.
Absolutely. This is one of Alexandra's strengths. She is strong. She also has great powers of endurance. So you could just see how she just stepped up the level when she got to those closing seconds, and she found some incredible resources to stay alive. Now it's Mai's turn with the white pieces, and Mai Nava, what she might be feeling very, very disappointed after just blowing a completely won game. But there we see pawn takes. Again, Alexandra, she's keeping the surprises going. She's opting for a French defense. That's not something I typically associate with Alexandra, so I like this. I think it's a good strategy in Blitz, just to switch things up.
Yeah, I mean, Alexandra has been at the top of the game for so long, you know, been in contention for world championships. She was 14 years old, and now she's 40 and still crushing it. And yeah, you know, you said it, a fighter. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I think about Alexandra and the chess queen.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. She's such a great competitor. She's very experienced as well. You know, I do remember that she was playing Blitz way before it was like trendy. You know, it's not quite right what I'm saying, because Blitz has always been trendy. We've always been doing it in our spare time. But now, like, Blitz has taken on another kind of dimension. It's almost become professionalized. And I do remember that Alexandra was playing a lot of Blitz. And this is the way that she trained against some great grandmasters.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially among women. You know, that's why I love the Women's Speed Chess Championships, and so grateful to the sponsor, Julius, Baer, because I think that women didn't always get a chance to play those like late night parties with speed chess. A lot of that kind of stuff was mostly guys, right? And women weren't always welcome, weren't always invited into those. But, you know, Alexandra always made it part of her training. And I also remember her just being a beast in this format forever.
Yeah. And yeah, I completely agree with you. And actually, one of my early memories of hanging out with you, Jen, was playing Blitz at the World Junior Championships.
Oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I remember you were in there with the Scandinavian.
That's right. I remember I got absolutely crushed by you. and of course, you know how it is, like the boys are kind of surrounding the games. They're like, yeah, you can do it. And I'm like, okay. It was a good game.
I didn't even remember the result, I have to be honest, but I did remember that everybody was making fun of you for playing the Scandinavian. So yeah. That's somehow a meme that has lasted a very long time. It's never going away.
No, it hasn't gone away. Yeah, I remember that as well. But I do remember that I was proving them wrong until you came along. And in the meantime, we do see a really interesting position. 2 minor pieces have been traded. See C5, the break there from Alexandra, just destabilizing the knight on E5. And it's a dilemma actually for Mai. Does she kind of take on C5? D4, she's giving Alexandra like the long-term trumps. This pawn on D4 is going to be very, very weak. And the black king will be open, but it's completely safe for the time being. There's no pieces sniffing around. So I like this strategy there from Alexandra.
And this is the kind of structure that you are used to, even though you don't play with the Caro-Kann, the Scandinavian, these kind of light square domination type structures. So I can understand it completely why you like Alex's position. I mean, especially considering her clock up 2.5 minutes right now. So let's see what Narva has in mind.
Yeah.
She will aim to get some kind of excitement going on here with her pieces. Is there any kind of knight f7 action? Maybe just a little sacrifice?
Ooh, that would be spicy.
Well, knight f7, because I'm thinking that if knight f7, you can't take with a rook because of queen a8. And if you take with the king, I get knight e6 in, and then I would get a lot of stuff for the piece, right? I'd end up with 2 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces, plus your king's opening up. So knight f7 could be on tap here.
I completely agree with you. I think it was very, very dangerous. As soon as you mentioned it, I was like, wow, that's something at least you can have a lot of fun with. And that's why we see bishop to d6 from Alexandra, and just reinforcing the f7 point. Oh, such a sharp position. And, you know, I'm just looking at the clock situation for this portion. There's only 4 minutes remaining. So this could be the very last game in the 5 minutes plus 1 second portion. And I honestly can't tell you who would be the favorite once the time gets slashed, because both of these players have been impressing so much. And there we see knight d3. Lovely, lovely move there from Mai. She's just kind of keeping things connected, and at the same time you can always see that knight h5 is in the equation for white. So Alexandra not being given a free hand to attack on the queen side as she wants to.
Yeah, excellently played games so far. As you notice, great players like this, they don't just trade off on b8 because that would give black the file. They're all about keeping the tension. So a move that apparently the computer doesn't like. I wonder if it has something to do with the move d5. I don't know, because d5 could be...
It looks lovely.
On the air.
Yeah, I like your knight to d5, and just kind of let the knight do its little thing on the queen side, and then just go for checkmate. But there we see queen h5. She's got a threat of potentially going rook takes knight. And then
some tactics, yeah. Rook takes knight and getting a draw, though, right? Wouldn't that just be a draw with the queen g5 check and the queen at h6, f6?
You can
or maybe more. Maybe more. Doesn't seem like it, though.
Maybe you can kind of check on queen f6, but okay, it doesn't matter because it's black to play. So this is going to be running through Alexandra's mind. Rook takes rook. She's going to have to be calculating rook takes knight. Is it just a draw, or will white want something more? She's got 2 minutes.
I see what you're saying. So if rook takes rook, if we were to play just rook takes rook, queen c2 would win. So you're saying that rook takes e4 was what we had to try. Okay, interesting. But bishop to e7 instead to try to cover that key g5 square and say no perpetuals. Computer hates the move, but we don't know why. d5 was played, and now white is just going all out for the attack here.
Yeah. It's shaky stuff, right?
Wow,
because
nice move, yeah.
I mean, how to defend and these two knights, they might be superfluous, but they are defending each other. And this queen on h5 targeting f5. Oh, it's very, very worried now for again, just to kind of keep an eye on the overall situation. We see that there's just 1 minute and 17 seconds in this 5 minute plus 1 portion. This is almost for sure going to be the last game. There we see trade of rooks. What's stopping pawn takes pawn?
I think she just needed... I don't think there is anything. I think she's maybe looking to try to get some counterplay at some point with queen c2 stuff. But the problem is there's rook c1 and all of the money points are covered, right?
Yeah. You can't take the pawn on e6 because then the knight joins in the fray and forks the queen and the rook. And now the 7th rank has been opened. So queen c6, nice move, preparing some potentially deadly discovered checks, but she's ever so cool. Takes the pawn. Wondering whether rook throwing rook to b8. Rook c1. Oh, allowing some checks. Queen b7.
But nothing that seemed appealing to Kosteniuk, so she keeps attention. What Jovi was referring to is that there was knight c3 check or knight c5. There were some discovered checks, but none of them seemed to do much. So now what do we do? f3, breaking the pin.
Mm-hmm.
Or breaking the discovery, I should say.
Yeah. But I like using pin as a collective term. It's a pin. Okay. And there we see f3. I love it. Chase away the knight. And actually, where's it going to go?
It's b1, but that's really unfortunate. Come on, knight to b1. That's not a move you see every day as black. And it's not a move that you want to see either. But that's literally the only square to stop the knight from getting trapped. Knight to b1. I think she's going to play it anyway, though.
She has to. And time to be practical and just go into hustle mode. You've got 20 seconds. This is officially the last game in the 5-minute plus 1 portion. And whoops, knight b1, queen takes f5. Again, you just have to hope for the best. I know that praying and hoping for the best is not the best plan, but sometimes it's all you have. And there you see she is ruthless here. Now I'm assuming that she's going to jump forward with a knight back. Ooh. Oh, but hang on. That's a massive blunder. Queen takes rook.
Yeah, she forgot. Oh, she was dominating so much. She just hung a piece. Oh boy. Look at that face. She's so upset. She was so dominant. You thought the same thing. I heard it because it just felt like everything was coming up roses for her. But now she's losing.
The knight is falling as well. It can't move. She can just simply go queen takes knight. And wow, that was such a horrible blunder there from and now she's just simply 2 pieces down. This position just cannot be salvaged. Oh! Whoa. Hang on a second.
Queen e4.
White could have checked. Okay, the player's just on seconds. It's just instincts. And now, oh my god, the runaway
a-pawn. It's going to be close.
She blundered the knight.
Well, what's going to happen now? Oh, she's still winning. But how easy is it? She's only got one extra pawn.
It's the wrong rook pawn.
Oh,
so literally, the white king can just head to the corner. She can just give up all of her pawns. It doesn't matter. It's the wrong rook pawn because this bishop should be a light squared.
Wow. Not if you're Narva. You're happy that it's that right color, the wrong color. You want it to be the wrong color, and whoa, what a game! What a game! So basically, for anybody who doesn't know that piece of endgame theory, the idea is that even if black wins g3 and h4, you can set up a little fortress there because the pawn can never make its way to h1.
But okay, perhaps she had some kind of zugzwang business, because what you want to do in this situation is force white to play g4, and then suddenly you have a winning pawn.
No way! I've never seen that line. That's so cool. So wow, what a crazy position. Yeah. I just saw it as a total draw, but there was this weird opportunity. Wow.
Yes, what black needed to do was basically trap the white king and force the g pawn to move, because, whoa, it was a draw in the end. But what a match it has been so far. 2 points apiece, and there we can see on our screens. I don't think neither of these players can quite believe what's been happening. It's been the tale of the unexpected in the 5-minute plus 1 second portion. But there we see Alexandra, she's leaving the players 2 points apiece. It's time for the players just to recover, reset. They have a few minutes break. Jen, what did you make of all the action?
I mean, it was unbelievable. I have to say, Narva's chess is just sizzling. Brilliant plays. I mean, wonderful opening concepts. Sometimes the technique, and Blitz is all about technique, has been going in Kosteniuk's favor. And by that, I mean that she's disrupting Narva's technique and saying, you're not going to beat me so easy. And that's why we have such a tight match.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we did see the players. They're having a pause, and we are going to go on a break as the 45-minute, 5 minutes plus 1 second portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. That's finished, and now time is going to get shortened, so you don't want to be missing the action when we come back in just a few minutes.
Principles in this. These are the very basic ones, and I could make a video with a million different principles, but some of the ones that I've seen that a lot of people don't do is specifically playing solid.
Okay, I'm curious about what Anna's about to say, because playing solid, that's not a kind of an approach that I've heard of yet. When Anna mentions other chess principles or more advanced chess principles, you might be wondering, and maybe she'll address this, maybe not, but what could she be referring to? For instance, there's a common, slightly more advanced principle that says don't move a piece more than once in the opening, unless there's a clear reason to do so. For instance, unless it's recapturing a piece, or don't double your pawns without provocation. What else could there be? Yet don't weaken the side of the board that you're castled on, so don't really push pawns in front of your king. Those would be slightly more advanced principles, and I like that Anna separates between those and the very basic ones.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at Chess.com/apps.
This 11-year-old qualified for the World's Women's Chess Championship. It didn't take long to prove that Hou Yifan was a prodigy. At just 3 years old, she had learned the rules of chess. By 9, she had won the U10 Girls World Chess Championships, destroying her opponents with devastating attacks. In a game from when Yifan was just 10 years old, she sacked her bishop on f7, a move which would leave her opponent down 2 pawns with the weak king. She won the game in just 11 moves. At 14, Hou Yifan made history as the youngest woman ever to become a grandmaster, and the youngest women's world chess champion in history at age 16. Yifan is known for her precise calculation and unshakable nerves, which helped her break into the top 100 players in the world. In a game against international master Borja Eder at the 2017 Gibraltar Masters, Yifan ruthlessly sacrificed her queen on move 16 for a positional advantage. Unbothered with gaining back material, she paralyzed her opponent's pieces until she had full control of the board. But her passion wasn't relegated to 64 squares. A talented academic and scholar, Yifan broke yet another record when she became the youngest full professor at Shenzhen University at age 26.
Of course, there are many other lessons I took from chess could be adapted to my job or other career.
Yifan decided to take a break from tournaments to focus on her other passions. However, she routinely uses her skills in chess to help her succeed.
We are back with the round of 16 of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's been a lot of fun commenting all the action alongside Women's Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, we are soon going to be finding out who the next quarter finalist is, but let's check out the brackets. Courtesy of Julius Baer, the official wealth management partner of the CCT and the WSCC. And there we can see we already have some quarter finalists already. We know that Hou Yifan and Shuvalova, they'll be facing off against each other, but there we see the match highlighted in red. Alexandra Kosteniuk, former Women's World Champion, against four-time Estonian champion Mai Nava, and they are locking heads to find out who will be the next quarterfinalist to meet Vaishali. And there we see our players in action.
What a match it has been so far. As it gets even faster, I kind of have to give the edge to Alexandra Kosteniuk, despite the incredibly strong play by Narva so far. She has usually been down on the clock. So let's see if she can keep up the pace and continue getting these wonderful positions in the 3-1 portion.
Absolutely. If there's one weakness that I'm going to detect in Mai's play, is that she's been playing fantastic openings, middle games, but when she's blundered, they've been massive, and they've actually managed to turn the evaluation from a winning position, maybe even to a losing position. So that's something that she will just have to watch out for. Just blunder check every single move when you don't have much time left. Very difficult to do, because I don't know how one remains calm, but that's something that I've traditionally struggled with, you know, just managing just to keep the focus, the concentration levels high when you just have 5 seconds left on the clock. I tell you, I've got one eye on that timer ticking down. What about you, Jen? Because I know that you're often in some high pressure situations, especially in poker and in chess.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're describing poker and chess, and particularly chess right there, that blundering is so punishing in chess. Can you think of another activity where you could work for hours and hours and hours and ruin it all with one blunder? Chess is punishing, but you should look on the bright side. If you're like Kosteniuk and you don't do it too often, then you're one of the greatest players in the world. So it's so hard. It's so difficult. Position, I mean, pretty solid for both sides. It looks like white is trying to clamp down on that d5 square, but to black's advantage, the bishop on g7, a very strong piece. So plus we've got that nice c file action as well. Beautiful dragon structure, which I love so much. I feel like for white, it's all about that d5 square. Otherwise, black would actually be better in this position. So
yeah, totally.
And to make that work to her advantage.
And interestingly enough, that she's put her queen on d2 and the bishop on f4, setting up a battery against h6. But with black's king on h7, the bishop is not really getting anywhere. And one thing that does concern me is that black often uses the c4 square as a kind of starting point for an attack to destabilize the b2 point, which in turn will give extra power to a rook on c8. So I agree with you, white does have to do something. And yeah, sure enough, knight to d5, you called it, it's on the board. And don't get greedy and grab this pawn on b2. That's like a forbidden fruit. A bishop will get trapped if you put it on there. And so that's why we see knight to e5, and you know, you gotta look after your c4 square. So that's why queen e2 was played.
Very elegant move here, queen e2. It looks to me like black's got a lot of great play, but the one thing is our pieces are a little cluttered, right? Like we got a knight and a superfluous knight that's blocking our rook on c8 that wants to go to c4. So that's the only weakness, and queen e2 kind of clamps down on that. b5 looking to put the knight on c4 anyway.
Yeah,
which she will do.
This is good, you know, driving this bishop back to its starting square. Now this feels like a small victory for black, but in actual fact, it's just a kind of natural thing that's happened. And what white wants to do is it's not afraid of putting their pieces back, but now this is what white wants, you know, just to push forward with putting pawns on f4, g4, f5, maneuvering the knight so that they once again control new central squares.
Yeah, yeah, and then now the knight's on A5 guarding his colleague, but I think the idea is maybe to take on D2 and then stick the other knight on C4. But knight f3, Alexandra is not letting that happen as Narva goes under a minute. And this was what I was afraid of, that the time advantages that Kosteniuk has been generally enjoying will be more impactful in the 3-1 portion. Let's see if Narva can prove me wrong.
Absolutely. Especially when the margins of error are so high, when the time is short. And hang on, knight to b7. Interesting move there with the idea of rerouting the knight to c5. Given a question mark, but not because of knight to d4. Perhaps there was some f5 ideas. But once again, talking about f4, f5, that's very much in the air. So we see a trade. Oh, this is looking really suspect now for my Narva, because white's knight now has control over the c6 point. That's going to be very, very dangerous. And now the pushback begins.
That's right. Knight can stick itself on c6, but will that be enough to cause serious damage?
Yeah.
B5 hanging as well, but then B3 will hang. So keeping the balance so far is Narva.
She is, but she only has 26 seconds. And the thing is, you know, it's not so much about jumping in with the knight to c6, because it can be destabilized, but it's more about just controlling that square. You know, the threat is worse than the execution. Maybe I said that expression wrong. So you'll have to forgive me. Sometimes I get these moments.
You got it. You got it. You got it. But look at that. Nice. I actually liked your f5 idea earlier. I thought it was brilliant, but it didn't happen. And now it looks like Black's knights are actually cobbling together some great squares, but doesn't matter because she's only got 15 seconds left to 50 seconds for Kosteniuk. That's a huge time lead. And I think Kosteniuk might make a good use of it. But that bishop on a1, serious lemon in the position.
Yeah, and there you can see. Ooh, what is happening here? So many turnarounds according to the evaluation bar. You know, it's gone crazy today. And here now it just feels like actually white has lost control, because now the rook has control over the A line. The E line is coming. This bishop on A1, like you said, a lemon. I love that word. And it's looking so unpleasant for white. See a trade? Rook takes E6 is what I'm expecting. Why not just activate the knights? Knight to E3. Isn't that a family fork? Oh, nice check.
There it is. Got that bishop out. But to what end? Where do we put our queen now? You had to sacrifice an exchange. Oh, queen B2. There it is. Yeah. But that actually doesn't threaten mate. We can actually take something, right? Yeah. Because the G7 square and the H8 square both cover.
It's gone crazy.
Knight F1.
It's so gone crazy.
We can't play queen a6 because of mate.
Yeah. And now the f pawn is coming. Oh my goodness me, what a turnaround. So many back and forth. And I'm expecting, you know, here you can do anything. You can go rook c7. You can go rook takes rook. This is also good, keeping control. And whoops, there goes a pawn with check. And Alexandra Kosteniuk wins the first game in the 3-minute plus 1 second portion. But what a game. So many highs, so many lows, and now the players, they're just gonna have to again reset because a new game has begun. And we see a Petrov there from Alexandra, which is a good idea. You know, when you're a point up, it's good to kind of go solid with black.
Yeah, and she played this earlier in the match, correct? I think in the 5-1 once. But yeah, this that game was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, the knights were crushing the bishops until they weren't. Isn't that the story? It's like the knights are better than the bishops until they're not. That's the problem, right?
I don't know. I don't know how it happened. It all happened so quickly before our eyes. But indeed, there was massive turnaround. And yeah, like you say, it was all good until it suddenly wasn't. And there we see bishop f4. Yeah, of course, you can't let black comfortably take on e5. And, you know, you kind of want to leave your bishop on g4 so that you maintain this beautiful pin. I like this move from Alexandra. Knight c5. Maybe the knight can go to e6, blockade this pawn on e5.
Gotten rid of that light squared bishop. So 2 bishops now for, well, not anymore. She's taken on f3. And she's planning to castle queenside, which we saw in an earlier game in the match, right? And it looked, that was a fascinating game where we saw queenside castles. So I'm looking forward to seeing that again.
And sure enough, you've sussed out the nature of these players, because I'm really surprised that, you know, you get a Petrov, you get opposite side castling. We have another wild position. And the question now is what to do with the knight. Do you go forward to b5 and then just let it sit there? That's what I would be tempted to do. And even if it were attacked, but there we see a different approach from Mai. She goes knight to e4. But whatever happens, white has to generate a counter-attack, either in the center with c3 or by kind of going forth with the b pawn and not caring about material. So we see c3.
Right, so c3. Now what happens if d3? Normally I'd be averse to having a pawn there because it'd be so easy to snatch up, but I don't see it as being as easy as usual. What's our other option? No, she just plays bishop to e7.
Take the pawn. Can you not take the pawn and just dodge the attack on the queen?
Yeah, where you want to put the queen though? Where are you thinking? Because there is knight e2 to reckon with.
Yeah, this queen e3 was the move I wanted, so that you're eyeballing the pawn on a7, and then here you just ask the question. Knight d6 is in the air. If you move the knight, I'm going to take the queen. Ooh, big problems now for Alexandra. And if you go c5, you can even capture. Maybe knight takes c5. Knight takes c5. There's a king to b8, and yeah, calm chess there from my Nava. I also quite like this. I did wonder about knight to d6, but
maybe there was knight d2. Maybe knight d2, queen b3. Yeah, but anyway, that's probably why Alex might have played king b8. But rook c1, very calm, stopping knight to c2, right? Because now the there's no fun times because we can just take on d7 and end up a piece at the end of the day.
Yeah, you even have some flashy moves such as e6. Wow. That is really, really ambitious there from Alexandra. She's going on the counterattack against the bishop on f4, saying that you can't play rook takes knight, but this required precise calculation because knight to g3. The queen has to go back. You have to look after the knight on d4. Oh, yeah.
Brilliant play. Brilliant play. By the way, queen f4 was a threat too, with the idea that if queen takes f4, knight e2 check. But knight g3 stops it because it protects that e2 square. Brutal. What a brilliant move by Narva. So sharp. So sharp.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That was like such a beautiful motif. I just had to like diagram it out.
Okay, but we're back.
E6.
But we're back.
E6.
E6. Brilliant. And now we're up. You don't, what do you have? Just a rook for a queen. That's not enough. Narva is going to win this game. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Kosteniuk resigns soon because I think she's pretty confident. She'll want to get more games in.
Yes.
And the speed test, we are up against the clock. She's just going to see what happens with this threat of bishop g5 and make sure that she defends well against a few threats. Knight f5.
Yeah. And, well, interesting enough, you know, we've been saying it's going to be a close call between these players, but let's put the question to chat and ask them, who do you think is going to be winning this match? Who's going to be our next quarterfinalist? And let's see what chat are predicting or rooting for. I suspect that they are going to go for Alexandra. What do you think?
Yes, definitely. I mean, she's such a crowd favorite, known as the chess queen. Streaming herself in all languages. And Narva won a great game. Well played. Great technique there. Tactical eye.
And there you can see, you know, it's 3 points apiece, and chat has Kosteniuk narrowly edging out my Narva. 52%, 48%. Those are very small margins. So everyone, not entirely sure who's going to be winning this one. And when it's so close, I can't blame them. There's not been like a kind of outstanding favorite in this match. The games have been wild. They've been close, full of ups and downs, swings and roundabouts. So queen to g6, it's a scotch. And question for Alexandra, how's she going to deal with the attack against e4? Because if the knight goes out to c3, then I'm sure bishop to b4 will make an appearance, setting up a pin. And yeah, Jen, pin city. I'm going to put that one in my vocabulary.
Heck yeah! Hey, I mean, there's a girl I'm friends with on Sophia is her name, and she actually created a chess wrestling hybrid. And so in that game, all you're talking about is pins, right?
Yeah. And talking about this, hang on a second. Why has this been given a question mark? And the evaluation bar suddenly just leapt up in black's favor. Now, it can't be something funny, such as knight takes pawn and then
maybe it was like d5 and knight b4, something like that, potentially.
Yes.
That's going to be kind of annoying, just a positional advantage for black. By the way, 52% for Kosteniuk. I would have thought it would be a little higher. So it shows that the chat is both impressed by Narva's play today and also aware of how good she is. I mean, extremely high blitz rating. They know that Narva is lethal. And it's funny because when I see 52%, 48%, I'm here for the EPT, and it's actually a very common situation in poker that you have a pair of queens and you're up against ace king and you're 52%. And over time, that 2% edge definitely shows the better players. Will that happen in this match, though? I don't know. I mean, we've got another castles on opposite side situation, and Kosteniuk with extra time. But in this case, her position also looks really nice, right? Because Narva is yet to continue her development. I mean, complete her development. And now after the move d5, I'm wondering what happens when a knight takes c6. What's the idea after knight c6? How's Narva getting in?
Yeah, I'm also swayed by material, right? So I'm looking at that pawn on c6 and going, hey, speak to me. But but I am aware there's still a really wild position. And yes, Kosteniuk has won not just one, but 2 pawns, but they have come at a cost. The B line is now open, so is the C line, so she was going to have to go on the defensive. And this is a beautiful move there from Kosteniuk. When your king is in danger, just trade queens, neutralize the initiative.
Exactly. And Narva didn't want to, but she didn't have much of a choice. She kind of had to in order to restore the material balance. And now the problem is that after, for instance, pawn e4, we can't even take on e4 because our bishop on d7 is hanging. So it's going to be a pawn advantage here for Kosteniuk. Wait, 2 pawns. Oops.
2 pawns.
Yep. 2 pawns. Oh no. Oh no. Unless we can get one of them back. 2 pawns is a lot of pawns. How's Narva going to come back from this? Bishop c6. She's trying to get active with the idea that e5, maybe knight g4 helps, but I think there's just bishop d4 or bishop f4. Or bishop d4, sorry. f4, bishop f4 would hang knight f2. So bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4, and the problem is that this bishop, he controls all the dark squares, which sounds like I'm stating the obvious, but literally, this knight on g4, it's not anchored. It doesn't have control of any square whatsoever. I think the only thing that can feel hopeful about is her bishop on c6, which does keep the bishop on f1 tied down. So there you go, small little hope. But there we see rook to e8, attacking e5. Yeah, like you said, if my Narva, she manages to win 1 pawn, then maybe, just maybe, she's going to be okay. But nope, rook e1. Clinical stuff there from Kosteniuk.
And what is the idea? How do we hold on to the pawn if I just keep hitting it, rook a5? Yeah, let's see.
I'm just wondering whether she can go a... Is there some horrible pin if you go a3? No, there's nothing. So maybe she just goes e6. Bishop c3. There's bishop c3 in the air.
Bishop c3. Yeah, bishop c3 could be a bit annoying. And then my knight takes e5, bishop a5, knight d3 check wouldn't work. because you always have bishop takes d3 connecting the rooks. So bishop c4 played instead, allowing me to get one of those pawns back, but saying, you know, hey, look at that. After rook f1, my position is just crushing because you're also going to have that weak pawn on a4 at the end of the day. And, you know, your 3 versus 2 is really woeful there.
Yeah, I agree. And where we see bishop takes g2. Yeah, and I think that's the problem for black is that simply white's pawns on the queen side, they're just going to get motoring. And 3 against 1 is a decisive advantage in the endgame. So there we see king h6. There you go. b4. And yeah, I mean, these pawns on g5 and g7, they're doubled as well, just to add further problems to black. Yeah, we're going to just see a trade of rooks, and now the c pawn is going to start marching.
It might be time for a strategic resignation, but no, she doesn't think so. She thinks that the position's just tricky enough that she wants to make Kosteniuk battle it out. Nope, there's always that tension in speed chess, right? Because you want more games if you're running behind. You want more games to give yourself a chance to come back, but then you also don't want to premature resign and give yourself a chance. Narva very skilled in choosing that right moment as we head into an exchange French, an opening that's notoriously toothless for white, but you know what? In 3-minute chess, anything can have teeth if you play it fast and you play it with aggression.
Totally. And I have seen actually in classical chess the exchange French being deployed as actual weapon, because they just go, well, you know, I still have a slight advantage. White has the ability to put the knight on e5. Black hasn't quite equalized fully, but we are talking about minuscule advantages, and they need to be in the hands of an expert there. So bishop to f5, black is fine. There's no doubt about that, but white does have a few trumps, you know, has a target on d5, has this square on e5 where they can start building from. And now, yeah, knight to b4. I'm not sure about that move, but I was going to go knight a3 as well. Apparently that wasn't the best.
Knight a4. So what's the idea here? Rook c8, so we prevent you from playing c3, but c4 is Narva's response.
And now it's a crazy position, especially if black were to go d takes c4. Because suddenly white's passed pawns in the middle, they will have potential. So that's why Alexandra goes, nope, not happening. Knight to e4. Be careful, because the knight is going to maybe spring into c3 from where it can and irritate this white queen. Oh, so much potential here, because I can also see this bishop on e7 is not working. It can also move to f6 and improve itself. Black's got so much dynamic potential here.
They sure do. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of position that in classical chess, white might have these great stabilizing options, but you do kind of look at this in a blitz game and you're like, oh wow, black's pieces just look scary, right? So what's the deal here? c5, b6, we're threatening just to take that pawn on c5, and if pawn takes b6, queen b6, and another piece enters the fray.
Total. You don't want to be allowing that, because when I mentioned knight c3 now comes with extra power because there's a rook behind it. So that's why Mai's just hesitating. Queen takes b6 as Jen predicted. And yeah, quick knight to e5. You know, white really had to play that kind of move to give the queen a square on f3. But it's still anyone's game here. But you feel that black is the one who is better positioned here.
What? Rook takes e4?
What was that all about?
Apparently rook takes e4 because if pawn takes e4, knight c4, I guess. And if bishop takes e4, knight d7. That's so cool, right? Wow, what funny. Not something we see every day. But instead, g4, bishop e6, bishop e3 is on the board, protecting the d4 pawn a couple extra times in case of knight c3. We might have to move the queen away from protecting d4, so she overprotects it, as they like to say.
Yeah.
Well,
And
some people like to say.
Well,
some people get that word overprotection. I don't know. Knight d3. Now, why is that a question mark?
I think it's just a miss, but I don't know why it's a miss because I don't quite see what was amazing about White's position. But maybe there was a better defensive try because Black is in control here. And I'm expecting moves such as f5. I mean, to me, that's irresistible. Break open the king side, crack open some lines. Instead, Maya is just playing these kind of small moves. They're a little bit confusing for their opponent. Oh, and there we see that prompted an exchange on e4. But she's conceded all the light squares. This is risky stuff, Jan. Really risky here for Mai.
Yeah, so if bishop c4, pawn c4, rook c4, she's looking at queen b3, and all of those pins seem too exciting for White. So that's why queen b7 saying no thank you to the pawn. I'll just keep the 2 bishops. Thank you.
Yep. And queen e2. You know, there's only 5 minutes, well, less than 5 minutes. It's 4 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the 3 minutes plus 1 portion. Oh, and still this match is so close. And even this game, it just feels very tense. 46 seconds there for Alexandra. She drops the bishop back. This is a really interesting move because it's basically inviting the knight to trade itself. And Alexandra's is arguing, hey, I'm going to be absolutely dominant on those light squares. And guess what color complex is weak on the king side? The light squares. But Mai goes for this, and she immediately goes for counterattack against a7. I think that had to be played.
Yeah, you need to get something in there before they start going after you. What to do now? Rook c7, going for the queen versus 2 rooks. That could be interesting.
That could have been interesting. Yeah, I think that this one was a bit more normal. Well, not normal, natural, because at least you're grabbing something. And when you just have seconds left, you just want to take material. But yeah, I completely agree with you. This is completely mad, this position. This rook on a7, so dangerous. I can even see scenarios where White is going to go g4, g5, just open up some lines. And there we see some trades. Do you think this is going to fizzle out into a draw, especially if the queens come off?
Well, queen a6. After queen a6, Kosteniuk immediately played queen d7, saying that she didn't want that quick draw. And then she played h5. Love the spirit. But is it going to backfire? Because she's the one who's down on time. And now she's the one asking for a draw. There you go.
She can take it. And now, isn't White just a pawn up?
I mean, yeah, that pawn could become dangerous on h5. Absolutely. She should have taken the pawn on the other situation. Absolutely. Because now the pawn has traded itself off.
But maybe she played h6 too soon. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Because now if king f4, bishop g6, and everything is suddenly protected. But she has to try to find some way to break through. Can she?
Not much time.
With that pawn.
The 7 seconds. And it's still crazy. White has this amazing pawn on d5. It's going to start advancing. Wow, Alexandra in trouble.
That's right. It seems like she should have something here, right? Like with rook h3 check, rook h4, and bishop f3.
No, but bishop b6.
And there it is. That's a win. That's it. 4-4.
Yeah.
Incredible game.
Absolutely incredible match, Jan. Have we seen a draw? I think it's just been both sides just slugging it out. I think we did see a few draws, but my goodness me.
Maybe 2.
Wow.
Maybe 2, but one more game of 3 minute. This means that we're going to get that last game of 3 minute chess to see who goes into the bullet portion with the lead. And it could be anyone. They are both playing fantastic chess. Very different styles, I would say, though. As Narva is playing more of a perfectionist chess, and Alexandra is so practical, such great tricks and technique, who will prevail?
Totally. Oh my god, the suspense is killing me. I really cannot call it between the two. The two have showed moments of excellence throughout this match, but it's been such a nerve-wracking match so far. And when we just like amp it up even more to the 1 minute plus 1 second, it's going to be anyone's match. So here we see a trade of pawns in the middle. True to style, we're probably going to see opposite side castling, you know, just because that's what we've come to expect from the pair. There you go, bishop d3.
Threatening knight takes d6 check. So you got to watch out for that. Now, if you castle queenside, knight takes d6 check, might be a little bit wonky after rook takes d6. So bishop f5 was played.
It's a trade. Who do you think is better here, actually? It's castle queenside.
Now it looks very symmetrical, right? With potentially the bishop on e3 is stronger, but the knight on c6 is better positioned. So, yeah, it could be a small edge for white, but it's nothing that's insurmountable compared to some of the big edges we've seen earlier in the match.
Yeah, we've seen all kinds of shifts in the positions. And here, well, we kind of judge these type of positions. First up, it's to do with king safety. Then you look at piece activity, and then you look at how mobile your pawns are. And here we see that there are opposing pawn majorities, and white is the one that's going to be able to just march them up the board. Whereas this knight on c6 is annoying, and I say that, and suddenly knight to d4. Probably would trade that. Queen takes, and now you have to go b6 or c5. No, probably c5. I don't. You don't really want to be going b6 and like weaken your white squares.
c5 at first glance looks like it could be scary at some point, but on the other hand, maybe we can get d5 in later, and then we're not too disappointed about it. Queen to d5 earns a question mark. Not clear why, but maybe to me one of the concerns here is that if we were to trade queens and get our king to c6, and somehow manage to get you ousted from d5, maybe black would be just perfectly okay. But how do we arrange that? Because I'm a little worried about the move pawn to c4, like kind of clamping down on your positional advantage. So let's see how Narva decides to handle this. She plays rook on 8 to e8 to start.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent answer, because I just see that your idea of getting a king to c6 looks to me like the most natural plan. And then, you know, just take over the e line. You say, yeah, you know, I have one terrible pawn on d6, but there's still some dynamic factors. Namely, if black can control the e line, then maybe a rook can get active. And then we see c3 that from Alexandra. My down to a minute, and by the way, this will be the final game in the 3 minutes plus 1 portion. Then we're going to go on to bullet. And you know, if there's one thing that I've learned commentating bullet, is that you got to buckle up because the play gets intense. I've never seen the like.
Yeah, bullet chess is always fun. It is 1-1, so we have a little bit of a chance to catch our breath. It's a classical bullet, as I think the kids like to say. So bishop takes e1, king c7 on the board. Bishop g3, stopping my rook from moving, but king c6. This is what I had all along. And now c4, yeah, we were predicting that c4 would happen earlier, but b5, now we're going to get to open that b file, but can we use it? Because for the moment, our rook is still stuck on d8.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to play rook b8 at some moment, but right now, not plausible.
Yes, and there we can see g6. I like g6. I think she just wants to park the bishop on d4 and try to play around the rook at the right time. No, okay, she goes bishop to e7, and I guess her idea is simply to go rook to b8, rook f8, mobilize the rook. Maybe now she can break out with d5, actually. Although,
yeah, that would be...
You never know in these bishop and pawn endgames. And this is also like a psychological issue. Like, do you radically change the nature of the position with moves like d5? Or do you try to maintain the balance by just activating the rook, going for normal chess, and knowing that well, trusting that you can defend this position. But Alexandra doing an excellent job there. You see how quickly she just moved the rook over to a3 and up the board to a6, tying black down. Black can barely move. I guess
great play
now she's
by
just going to go.
White. Yeah, great
now
play by
go.
White. I mean, h4 is what she played. Okay. You know, the computer's saying this is equal, but I mean, I don't agree with that in practical terms, because not only is Kosteniuk up 50 seconds, but she's got all the play here.
She's got a lot of play. And note that you can't take the pawn on h4 because the pawn on d6 was hanging, so that's why Mainava puts the rook on d7. But now she gets herself a beautiful passed pawn on h5. I guess the bishop will retreat anywhere. And h6 is on the agenda.
That's right, but that black king on f5 could be our saving grace, because it is so active in both and defending against that passed pawn, which is so necessary. We can stick our king on g6 rather than only having to use our rook to protect against that passed pawn.
Yep.
Super important.
I agree. And somehow you have the king on f5. It stops the white king from getting active. This rook doesn't want to be on a6 anymore. It wants to be on g1 or h1, anywhere but the square it's on. And okay, well, Alexandra doing good stuff. And 2 seconds for Mai. Oh, she's got to be clever with her reaction. She's got to be fast. Still,
but good moves.
Really difficult.
Good moves come in.
No.
Except
be careful with. Yeah, and the king to f5. Alexandra is precise until the end. Rook takes a7 is going to be a deadly threat. And there we see Mai loses and Alexandra Kosteniuk takes the point. And she has the smallest of leads. 5 points against 4. Wow.
Brutal.
Once again.
Brutal.
Jen,
yes, just brutal.
Once again.
Go ahead. I mean,
I was going to say that Mai, it's just on those closing seconds where she loses control and Alexandra manages to either save the point, turn things around, and there we can see that Alexandra Kosteniuk in the 3+1 portion, she has a small lead. 3 minutes, 3 points to 2. And Jen, what do you make of the action and what do you think is going to happen in bullet chess?
More fantastic chess, you know, slightly better time management on average by Kosteniuk. So, of course, one would say, hey, maybe she's got an edge in the bullet, but not so fast, because in the bullet, you don't really need time management as much because it's obvious you have to play right away. So I think it really could go either way. Of course, the 1 point lead makes me say Kosteniuk is a favorite, but wow. If the first 2 stages are any indication, strap yourself in because this is going to be popcorn worthy.
Popcorn worthy, I like it. And that's the 3 minute plus 1 second portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship done for this particular match. We're moving on to bullet. It's going to be insane. It's going to be action packed. You really don't want to be missing it. See you in a few minutes.
I can guarantee that working your way through this course and solving all 1001 exercises will reward you not only with a greater tactical knowledge, but also with spotting more tactics in your own games. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm a Women International Master. I wish you a warm welcome to the course 1001 Chess Exercises for Beginners, authored by Franco Mazzetti and Roberto Massa, with videos by me. In this case, the knight on c5 is not protected, and so the winning move is g6. g6 is the discovered attack, but it is also a double attack because not only are we hitting the knight on c5, we are also threatening mate on h7. In this case, rook c7. Black has no choice but to capture, and now our queen comes in. We've lured the queen away. Now the king is too far removed. It cannot protect the black queen, so we are going to pick up the black queen on the next move.
This summer, millions of people flock to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players. And I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess. Decoy, in-between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzuchu games.
We are back, but first, are you watching the stream without subscribing on Twitch? You're missing out. Not only does your subscription make our streams possible, it also unlocks exclusive new emotes for every event, plus access to exclusive break time content during show. You can even use your Prime to claim a free subscription. So use !subscribe in chat now to level up. And talking about leveling up, that is exactly what our 2 competitors have to do. Alexandra Kosteniuk has the narrowest of margins. She's just got 1 point lead over my Nama, and now we're in the bullet phase of the match. It's 15 minutes of 1 minute plus 1 second. And Jan, we have been entertained every move of the way, but now we're in for some extra special entertainment, are we not?
Oh yeah, this is going to be really fun. Bullet chess between these 2 monster players. Only one will get to advance. And honestly, if you're looking at this match, and I know you called the matches with Judith Polgar, with Sarah Kadim and Alice Lee, and I mean, these matches that you called the other day were so incredible and tight, and you really wanted all 4 players to advance. Am I right? I feel the same way right now.
Exactly. I mean, they've both been such incredible competitors. We've been there every move of the way when they've made those heartbreaking blunders. They've turned things around. I don't know who to cheer for. And I guess that's one of the joys of being a commentator. We don't have to cheer for anyone except the chess.
That's right. And here we go. We're underway with our first Roy Lopez. It's funny to see the first Roy Lopez, one of the most slow and historic openings to be unveiled in the bullet portion. But you know what? You can make a lot of moves quickly in the Roy Lopez, so it makes some sense. And here we've got the traditional kind of setup, except a lot of times you don't see the knight on c3. You see it on d2. So let's see how that changes things. Yeah, she trades it off.
She does trade it off. And interestingly enough, that Alexandra goes for very principled bishop g4, establishing a pin. And I'm wondering whether Mai might feel uncomfortable and just lash out with g4 at some stage. Because g4 is really tempting, because not only does it just kind of ask the question to the bishop, but also it clamps down on the f5 pawn break. And there we see rook to e1 instead, a developing move. And now I'm going to be pounding the table for g4. And look, the blue arrow says yes, do it, and net the pawn.
Gobble up some popcorn or some pop pawns, as we've got extra pawn now for Narva, but it's still a very tricky position in bullet, because absolutely. Alexandra is always going to be looking for little weaknesses around her king.
Totally agree with you. In bullet, anything can happen. The key is just to play with good instincts, keep calm, and there we can see rook to f1, kind of a mysterious rook move there. I'm expecting now I was going to say f4, but that does allow knight takes knight. So first we see knight to e7, and Alexandra really has some things to be hopeful about in her position. She's going to capture with the f-pawn, because white's king is looking shaky, and when your opponent just has 18 seconds, not a lot of time. Knight to e8, d8. Wow, it's just, I'm very worried about
e5, knight takes e7, and queen a8 was a threat, but Kosteniuk sees it. But that said, her position is terrible nonetheless. e6 with the idea of knight e6, rook e1 anyway. And look at those pawns go. Narva is crushing in this game, but will she win? We know that Kosteniuk is expert at coming back from even terrible positions.
Totally, and there you can see she's working her magic again, putting the knight to d6 and going for the f-pawn. I'm expecting maybe some g6 breaks actually here. No, okay, she keeps repeating.
No draw.
No
draw, come on.
But maybe.
No. She said no. She said no.
No.
Let's keep going. Keep going, Narva. I love the attitude. She might be the chess queen, but she's ahead 1 point. You just got to go. Yeah. Forget about that rook. We don't need that rook. We need that pawn on e5. Yes, I love to see it.
I love that kind of gutsy chess. And there we see Alexandra. She is using every ounce of energy to defend this position. And she's gonna, what are we gonna see? Rook a6, queen b7, 4 seconds. Oh!
A draw by repetition is not, but it's a threefold, right? It wasn't all in a row. It happened in a couple of different cases. That's why maybe Narva didn't even realize it. A little bit confusing sometimes. That repetition does not have to be 3 in a row. It just has to be 3 times. Okay, now we've got another close position, which is going to be a lot of fun in bullet.
Absolutely. And here we see Mai adopting quite the ambitious setup. So if black gets what they want, they are going to go bishop to g4, trade that bishop off for the knight, put a knight to f5, lock the center with e6, and then prepare a c5 break. Now, of course, the engine is like, no, how can you ever play chess that way? But if you get away with it, if white is not incisive enough, then it's a very effective strategy indeed. And that's why you see g4 being played. Alexandra, she does not want a knight to appear on f5. This is excellent reaction from her. Ooh, she is going for it with e6. She don't care. And of course, she castles queenside. This feels like more of the games we're familiar with seeing.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Bishop d3. It looks very scary for black indeed, because we have such bad light square control. Not only because we got rid of our light square bishop, but also because it's just not easy to protect g6 with a knight.
Oh, and there we can see the e6 pawn is going to drop, and the g6 pawn, and the e7 pawn. And yeah, you said it. It's all about the light squares, and they are falling apart miserably. Queen takes e6. And here she can do whatever she likes. This is excellent stuff.
Queen h5 check is a big threat, and I don't know how you stop it.
You do it now. Queen. Oh,
yeah. Queen h5 check was even better, making use of that pin so that you could play bishop takes g6 with the tempo.
But now, hang on a second. It's not so easy. Oh, e4. No. This is a crazy position. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, so it was a big miss, actually. It's understandable, though. It's so, like, you could take a pawn with check. Usually that's a good thing. But here we are in a totally different position with the knight on c4. God, who's better and why? I don't know. h4 trying to reinforce that same idea of pushing up with h5. Queen trade offer.
Yeah. And there we do see the queens come off. And interesting strategy there from Mai, just to put the pawn on e3, just to give a check. Is there no bishop takes d4? Yep.
I have no idea why these evaluations keep turning because it looks so wild. But the problem is that pawn on e3 is really well blockaded, which the pawn on d7, you can't say that about it. The knight is really strong because now it's starting to go to e6 or b7.
Yeah. Mai finding some good moves. Oi, oi, oi. And now the rook falls and Alexandra wins. Oi, oi, oi. And she now has a 2-point lead. 6.5 points, 4.5 points. 7 minutes and 47 seconds remaining in the match. And here we go.
There it is. We got another game on top. I see in the chat here that people are saying, look at these ratings. The discrepancy is much wider than it was in the Blitz. But, sometimes this extra 1 second increment in bullet can make it a tighter match. And I do think that Narva has been playing pretty well, though she lost that first round of bullet. First two. Wait, we got a draw and then she lost one. Right. She definitely could come back. Let's see if she can do it.
Yeah. She has to start notching up those wins and quickly as well because, again, just over 7 minutes remaining in this match. She has 2 points to claw back. Can she do it? Knight to c3. This is good. Knight takes knight. And there we see some more trades. And
biggest lead we've seen so far in the match. Queen d5, right?
Yep. This is all good.
Pretty pleasant endgame for black after queen d5, rook d5. So queen f4, keeping the juice alive in the position. Love it. I like attacking the king, the queenside castle king. It's a really fun thing to do in chess.
I like attacking as well. It's so much fun. But I like to attack without risk, so I don't like sacrificing pieces. And a6 given as a miss, but white just says, you know what? There's double on the b line. Makes a lot of sense. And this bishop on e3, I suspect it's primed to start sacrificing itself at the right time. And okay, but now you can go c4. Can you get away with it?
Well, the idea is that if knight c4, we have rook takes b7. And if queen c4, what do we have there? Do we have rook b7 there? With the idea of queen takes queen, rook b8 mate? That's pretty cool.
That is so cool. I was just thinking trade the queens, but yeah, you're right. Rook takes b7. Oh, c4 is such a tricky move, which means that g5 is probably forced. Because now this knight on a5, it's going to get attacked, and sure it does. It's cost Alexandra the exchange. And now I'm expecting moves such as just relocating a rook to c2, move on the light squares, and c5. Knight.
That's right. That's b5 idea. Now get that knight into a better position, I think. The knight on d2 needs to become part of the attack.
And sure enough, here it comes. And
she's got to win this.
She absolutely has to. But, Alexandra fighting. There's so much fighting spirit between these two players. And there we see she does have an overwhelming position, but 5 seconds left on the clock. And for Alexandra, she wants to extend this game as long as possible because there are just 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this match. If she can keep this game for as long as possible,
Make her work for it. You're right. It'll still be a 1-point lead, but she also has to win first. It's not that easy. Look at that pawn on B3, on B4, potentially now becoming a factor.
A3.
Oh,
oh
right.
My goodness. This is close.
It does look like White has it completely under control, though. But it is crazy how Alex just always keeps it interesting. It doesn't matter how bad it seems. She keeps the game going. What a beast.
Yeah. And I thought she was done and dusted. And guess what? She's now successfully defended. So there's 3 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the match. It's taking a long time for Mai to win this.
That's right. And there's always
Bishop B2.
Like, I'm still worried about this. I'm nervous for my because the pawn is still on A3. But she's now got a goner herself with the pawn on F7. I mean, a home runner.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, it's not easy for White to start advancing. And there she goes, Bishop B2, A2 now in the air. Oh, my goodness me. This is complicated. And 3 minutes remaining in the match. And
oh, no. But what's going on now? Could this be drawish?
Well,
no.
It looks like it's winning for White.
Yes, we got to just...
This bishop is going to be a nuisance. And now she just puts the bishop on d4 because the key is White cannot... Bishop takes g7. Okay, the White king is close enough.
Yes, she actually gained a tempo.
Oh, she gave a check. Jen, it's ruined. The White king needed to work its way around. Oh, no. This is just a draw. And we have 2 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in the match. She's going to promote to a knight. It has to be a knight. She's make sure she doesn't have auto queen.
There's going to be too many moves. There's going to be too many moves, though. This is going to make it easier for Kosteniuk, ironically, as Narva tries to get it done. Oh. But it's going to take so long that it's going to shave off another game. This is a disaster. The worst thing to happen in Speed Chess Champs. That your enterprising play punishes you.
She was so close to getting a point back, and now this is a nightmare scenario. Mai should probably just agree a draw and start a new game as quickly as possible because guess what? 1 minute and 40 seconds. Oh, but hang on a second. She's done some funny things with the knight. And the evaluation bar shoots up.
But how? Why are we winning this? Let's see.
Because the knight's on a bad circuit.
Here. Okay, now I can see. Oh, yes.
Oh. Her effort's been rewarded. But the question is, she has to win now. She wins on time. Okay.
One at a time. Wow. But that was the final position because at that point you had to give up the knight or give up checkmate on D1. Amazing. Yeah. And now she has a chance. This is it. The last game. Narva must win to force a tiebreaker.
I can't believe what just happened. It was a win for Mai. It was a draw. It looked like it was going to be a draw for Kosteniuk, a very long endgame, and then suddenly a turnaround, and we have 45 seconds remaining in this match. This is the very last game. Mai Narva is in a must-win situation if she wants to take this match to tiebreak. And Alexandra Kosteniuk has the white pieces. She just has to hold her nerve, forget about the previous games. F3.
Did she have auto queen on, Jovi, or was that just like I think she probably had auto queen on, right? And then she just made it in time. Wow.
Yeah, because there was a pause, right? There was a pause while she went and checked whether the auto queen was on. Because like 9 times out of 10, you're going to promote to a queen. Just that one critical time.
98%, I think. Something like that, yeah. I think I did the math on that. Something like 99, 98, 90. It's definitely over 96. But anyway, let's look at this game because this is for all of it. Can Kosteniuk win or draw? And if she does, she will advance in this thrilling match. Okay, apparently you don't like this move. Rook takes d8, but this endgame looks very interesting for Narva. She's got the 2 bishops.
She does. One of them is bishops. One of them sitting pretty on e3. And look.
And importantly, White's knights are both in these kind of like suboptimal squares, b3 and g3. She did centralize one of them to d4.
Yep. And so we see a trade of bishops. What do you think? Do you think Mai can come back?
I mean, I think Kosteniuk's got a great chance of clinching the match now because she's slightly ahead on time, and it looks like a relatively balanced endgame. And remember that Narva must-win situation. It's such a tough position to be in. And yeah, you really think she wishes she had a little bit more juice in the position potentially, because it sucks to be giving draw odds in this position.
Totally. And there we see g3 from Alexandra. She's handled this endgame very, very well. She's just mobilized her pieces, found the target on f4. She's inducing black to take on g3, and then she's just simply going to be... Oh, what is this? Hang on, was this deliberate? And isn't black now just a pawn up? King to g2.
Uh-oh. This could be what Narva needs.
10 seconds for Narva.
And 10 for Alex, as she could play to get that pawn on g5 and restore the balance. And that is what she did with knight e4, looking at the g5 pawn. First it's in check. Oh, no.
Yeah, I was really worried.
Okay, knight f3, but the working game could be holdable here, right? Could be, is the operative
Yeah, but she's going to drop another pawn. Another pawn is falling. And now b4, and she has to get behind. And now the black king is going to come to h2. Oh, no, the rook is beautifully on the side defending the a pawn. And now the black king is marching. It looks like Maya's going to do this, barring a massive blunder. She's got 12 seconds. We're going to see tie breaks, Jen.
There, yes, we are, but
I don't know.
At
some point, she's going to abandon. She's going to abandon the G pawn and run for the A pawn, and there you go. It's there. Mai Narva wins. She equalizes. Jen, we've got it again. We are going to see tie breaks. It has been an epic battle so far. I think it's fitting that it should be decided in tie breaks.
It seems only fair to extend this match a little bit. After all, there's always more popcorn to be had here at the Women's Speed Chess Championship, where our tie-break format's going to be 4 games of 1+1. Color swapping game, and if we're still tied, we get that 5-minute Armageddon.
Yeah, we might be seeing... Definitely going to be seeing Bullet. We might be seeing Armageddon. We are going to go on a short break, catch our breaths, and get ready for all the action. No, sorry, no break. The players are really eager to get going, so sorry, no break whatsoever. In we go.
All right, we haven't seen this open yet in the bullet portion. We saw it earlier, the French defense, where Alexandra's got these pawns, these broken pawns, and we saw one unbelievable game by Narva in this variation. If for anybody who's just joining us, for instance, over on the East Coast, Pacific time in the US, we saw an earlier game with this where Narva played absolutely sensational chess, got a middle game zugzwang. So I was going to say, I actually don't love this choice for Kosteniuk in the bullet, because look at this, she's got another bad position. Does it matter in bullet? Maybe not, but it's very easy for white to play.
It is. And now I'm expecting the knight to come to d4, make use of that pin, target the pawn on f5. Yeah, this is a bad opening choice, I think, for Alexandra.
Get this one out of the way, I would say, because, yeah, it's hard for her to play, and it seems like it's Narva's cup of tea, playing sensational chess. Knight d4, great move.
Yep. And there's now, king h8.
Now white has an extra pawn and an absolutely stunning position. As they like to say, we have compensation for our extra pawn. Never a place that you want to be in chess.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And the queen is coming to h5, and you can just see a knight coming to e4. Start sniffing around there. I mean, it's just beautiful, beautiful control. I'm expecting rook a to d1, because why not use all of your pieces? Knight to e4. Yep.
All right.
And then we see trades.
And then another gorgeous piece entering the fray, bishop to e4, rook to e3, looking to come to f3, I would take it, and then maybe knight h4. But queen g5 trying to hang in there. We know that hanging in there is something that Kosteniuk is elite at. Oh, why? Why? Okay, apparently the computer thinks it's okay, but...
No. This is not okay. Wow. This has gone wrong. It was unnecessary. It was such a beautiful knight on f5. And now you see it's gone completely wrong. She's had to give up material to fend off those pawns. No, what a turnaround. But Alexandra Kosteniuk, hats off to her. She kept on fighting and giving chances for her opponent to go wrong. She is such a class act.
I mean, just that when you got a knight on f5, when you've got something like that on your opponent, try to keep it going unless you're just forcing resignation, right? You know, it's so easy to say though. When you're playing, again, these players are just the best of the best, and trying to win the game quickly, it's never easy.
Yeah.
But instead, because she tried to win the game quickly, she's going to end up losing, and that's the horror story of chess.
Yes. And she's going to lose with the white pieces. So Alexandra Kosteniuk, she does have a 1-point advantage. And remember, this is a best of 4 bullet match. And if the match is tied, we'll see Armageddon. And there we see bishop to b3. Oh, isn't this the Norwegian? Yeah, the Norwegian variation. Yes. And what is this? e5. What is this? Why is this
double question mark? Wow.
Pawn takes. Knight takes bishop. But I don't understand why it was like such a massive double question mark move. D takes e5 is what I... Okay. But D takes e5, I didn't see anything wrong with that. But there we see pawn takes pawn. Bishop takes pawn. Knight is going to come to e7. And then we're going to see black get castled quickly.
Nice game for black. Nice game for black, I think, here, because we've got the nice 2 bishops, the beautiful bishop on b7. Can Narva come back? Also, I like the fact that when we get our knight to g6, it's pointing at some key squares like h4. That could be annoying for you, right? Because of our beautifully placed pieces. And indeed, knight h4. And if you take queen takes h4, I'm threatening mating on h2. And if you don't take, you know, f3 is... under pressure. So yes, it got a question mark, but this looks good for black to me.
Yeah, on a practical level, this is an excellent choice. And there you can see it's entirely justified despite what the engine says, because now the queen is into the fray. A big threat of the bishop coming to h2 to give check. And there we see queen e3. I'm expecting black now just to start introducing all of the pieces. Rook e8, rook e6, followed by rook to g6. 2 raking bishops there on the long diagonals. White is struggling big time. Threat of checkmate. So you have to drop the queen back. But that's a huge weakness to have induced.
Big weakness indeed.
Queen g3, bishop g3.
So many good-looking moves. It's like a Marshall, except we haven't sacrificed anything. It's just a fantastic position here for black. That's the thing. Narva keeps getting these amazing positions out of the opening and middle game. Doesn't always convert them, but geez, it's so good.
And look at what she's doing. She's targeting the bishop on e3. Nice play. So this forced a trade of rooks. And now Alexandra, she's desperately trying to stay alive. Queen to d3. 6 seconds for my... Can she hold her nerve and win this? Oh, is this turning around? I can...
Another consolidation that might have been too quick, Jovi. This is always the problem we're seeing here. But she's still doing great, right? Because queen b4, queen e2 check would win that rook on d1. So still a great position, but definitely harder than I think it was a few moves ago. But let's see, there's 2 of s1, 2 pawns against 1.
Yep, and this one should be relatively easy for Mai to win. She just has to go b3. There she goes. And you cannot take the pawn on c5 because you just go b2 and the pawn will promote. And yeah, now the c pawn comes marching. And there we see Mai Narva equalizes. So the match is 7.5 apiece. Nothing can separate the two. And finally, I get to see my Caro-Kann in action. And she's gone for an aggressive choice of breaking out with c5 very quickly. Knight to f3, bishop takes. And now you drop the bishop back. And this is all played very, very quickly. What you want to be doing is you want to be putting pressure against the e5 point and breaking with f6 at the right time. So,
But the group left. As bishop takes h7, looks like the computer loves it. Knight g5 check. If you go king g8, queen h5 is devastating. So we have to go for this type of line. But now what happens on passant was one option.
The queen g3, I think, would have been just very good. But I don't see what's wrong with this. The king takes f6. The king cannot survive in such treacherous conditions. I mean, there's a queen after it, a knight after it. It can't move. Where's the kind of winning blow?
Is it queen f4 check? No, she goes for c4, a really weird looking move with the idea that bishop b2 check is now introduced into the position. And that, wow, that would be a great move to play here. So I can see why she was tempted by that. Is Kosteniuk takes a rare think in bullet chess. But, if you're going to think, this is the position to do it.
I agree. I wonder whether she's going to go e5. And no, we see her take on c4. And now she gets an e5. And I don't see how white is going to hunt down the king. Because if you go queen to f3, can black get even greedy and just capture the knight?
Yeah, I think that was the idea. King takes g5. That's right.
Oh,
but look at this. Black now can
and now you can go queen to g6.
Ah, that's right. Queen coming to the defense is everything, right?
Yeah.
Queen. What's up with
knight?
Queen a4. Oh, she didn't play queen a4. Okay. But now queen h8 check, knight g8, and what is going on here? We picked up a little bit of material. It's 2 pieces for a rook now. So that's a bit of relief for Narva. 19 seconds each.
The king has been bounced around the board, has been on the adventure of its life. And there you can see the position is so wild that the evaluation bar is just going backwards and forwards. It cannot make up its mind. h3, anything can still happen. I'm expecting queen up to h6, yeah.
Oh, wait, what's going on? g3, okay, that was a check. Now what?
Yeah. But the thing is, though, black's king is safely nestled, protected by its knight on f6, and the c-pawn is just deadly. So Alexandra looks like she's gonna hit back with another win, but she was riding close to the edge in this game.
Oh, definitely. I would agree with that. Now, can we win that pawn on c3? What about knight d5? Okay.
Knight d5.
Now she plays it. Can we get any counterplay here as white? I don't think so.
No. The king is just so nicely protected by the bishop. And then we see Alexandra just win some material. The c2 pawn still exists. This is not even a check. There you go. Knight takes bishop. And then get another queen. And yes, nothing to be done.
2 queens for the chess queen as she puts Narva in another must-win situation. If you feel like you're having deja vu, that's because we were at this exact point in the last game of 1-1. Narva in a must-win position, and she did it. Can't she do it again, though? And she was black that time, too.
Exactly. She did it once. We'll see if history repeats itself. Does lightning strike twice? And there we see a trade of knights, and here rook to e1. Feels like a quite quiet opening. The players haven't used too much time. And I'm expecting...
F5.
Oh, of course. Spoke too soon.
Yeah, as soon as we say it's quiet, F5. Blow it open. Let's go. So
D4.
the F5 here, it's going to create a wild game, guys, because that diagonal now, A2, G8 is weakened.
Yeah, and yeah, I was surprised that... Alexandra went back with the knight, but I can understand why. She just wants to go knight to f1, keep it solid. And for my... Just
You mean
bishop to e6, knight f1. Still balanced. f3. Oh, questions to be asked. How are you going to defend e4? You don't. Are there any tactics in the air if you grab it? No.
I don't see any right now because that rook protects the key h4 square that we want to try to get our queen into. Alexander up on the clock and playing fantastic in this game.
Yeah.
Can't you
But she
stay
has to
with
be
it in
careful.
advance? Of course.
I've been saying both sides need to be careful because that's the nature. When the position is so dynamic with open lines, material doesn't matter so much. It matters way more in the endgame. And so we see h6. I'm expecting rook to e6, come in and start bullying the queen. Is there a bishop takes h6? Wouldn't that have been sufficient? But g3. Wasn't expecting that.
I know draws don't happen that much in Bullet, but if they did, if there's a repetition, if there's a draw, Kosteniuk does advance. So a key advantage here, giving draw odds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Minerva in a must-win situation.
We've got to be threatening something here. I see so much pressure on the f1 square. Knight takes d4. There it is. Rook takes f1.
Oh my goodness, we are going to see it. Rook takes f1. Jen, once again, Minerva, she is going to equalize. Rook to f2, queen goes to f5. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Rook
f6 is too difficult. What is rook f6? Rook f6 is, if that's the move that she has to play here, what? No, that's impossible to see in a Bullet game. Okay, come on. So she's still going to win this game. Apparently, there was a miracle save there for White, but it was very tricky. And instead, the queen reigns again.
Yeah,
and not the two rooks, but it's no match for the queen. It's mate on the board. Oh, beautiful!
Look at Mai's face as she wins, and she takes the match to Armageddon. One game is going to decide everything, and these two, they have provided us with entertainment, action, thrills, spills, you name it. Woo! Let's remind ourselves of the Armageddon rules, because these two players are now gonna bid for time. This actually decides, the lowest bid is going to decide who chooses the color. Remember that black is playing with draw odds, so the person who bids the lowest time plays with that time, whereas the opponent starts with 5 minutes. There is no increment, there is no bonus time. What you see on the clock is what you're going to get. Oh, it's going to be intense, Jen.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm just in shock by what just happened there. I mean, we got a checkmate on the board. What an absolutely thrilling match this has been so far, and a huge kudos to Narva for doing it twice. Must-win situations with black, got it done. So do you think that means that she's gonna be looking for the black pieces in this match, since like so far it's gone so well for her?
We'll find out. Well, it all depends on her bid, whether she bids low enough, but there's so much risk involved in this one. And I'm going to leave it to the players, and I think we should take a quick break, just catch our breaths, because the entertainment, the action is going to begin in just a few minutes. See you then. Hello and welcome back, and it's Armageddon time at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. As one game decides who will go to the quarterfinals. Will it be Alexandra Kosteniuk? Will it be Mai Nava? Jen, we are being spoiled with excitement, but I do have info on the time bids. Do you want to hear them?
Let's hear it.
Well, there you see it on the screen. Alexandra Kosteniuk, she wanted white. She bid 5 minutes, whereas Mai Nava, she went for 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Mai has chosen to play with a black. So that means Alexandra Kosteniuk does start with 5 minutes. She must win if she wants to enter the quarterfinals. Ooh, I'm bracing myself for what is to come. Should we remind ourselves of the Armageddon rules? Remember, 5 minutes against 4 minutes and 9 seconds. No increment, no time bonus per move. And Mai Nava, she has draw odds. So Alexandra Kosteniuk must win.
Huge game here. And, you know, this is a testament to how tight this match has been. It's been brilliant chess, incredible saves, brilliancies all over the place, but it comes down to this because only one player can advance. We wish we could give them both a spot, but that's not how it works at the Speed Chess Championships, right? Somebody has to advance and somebody has to fall.
Exactly. It's pretty ruthless in that way. Only the winner stays on. Everyone else goes home. And whilst we're waiting for the players to get back and start playing chess, I wanted to kind of just ask you, what would have been your bid for time? Because, you know, you're like a professional poker player, so you understand percentages, probabilities.
I feel like this is a trap to get me to say 4 minutes and 20 seconds. But that said, I think I like Narva's bid. I think it's 4 or 9 seconds. That sounds like a really good one. And I think a lot of it has to go with the momentum of the match and how you've been doing with the black pieces. You know, have you been struggling with black, or have you been doing really well with black? And then you can lower it a little bit based on that answer. We have seen very few draws in this match, but we did see some potential repetitions. And so having that in your back pocket is also a psychological advantage, knowing that if you get into a position where you can repeat the moves, that you're going to get that spot, that coveted spot to advance.
Yeah. And I
what about you? What would you pick?
Oh, I don't think I would have gone so low as 4 minutes and 9 seconds. I think I probably would have gone for 4 minutes and 29 seconds. But it's because I'm a slow player and I like to play with time. But there we see the players. They are settling in. They're waiting for the game to start.
What about Alex's? What about Alex's bid? What about Alex's bid? I mean, I feel like Alexandra's bid, if you really, really want white, 5 minutes is a little much, right? Couldn't you just say, like, I guess maybe she's saying it doesn't matter, but it's a little risky if your opponent picks like 4:45 or something.
That's true. Actually, and it's Armageddon time, Jen.
And there it is.
Strap in.
The game's begun. The game has begun. And we saw this earlier, and I think white got a really good position. And maybe this is one of the reasons why Alexandra was so determined to get white, right? If I remember correctly, we saw this in one of the bullet games.
Yes.
And now we see this Norwegian variation, as it's called.
Yep. And it didn't work out so successfully, if I remember rightly, for Mai, because Alexandra was just put in a very powerful performance and she got a winning position, although it kind of turned in later middle game. But all be careful, as you're highlighting c5, c4, the old Noah's Ark trap is in the air.
But what is the difference here? Because she did not play that as instead she played bishop to b7.
The rook was hanging on a8, so she could get away with it for some bizarre reason. But okay, now she's moved the queen because of c5, c4. But knight to f6, black seems like they're doing fine. Just go bishop to g5, set up a pin or castle.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, she is, again, not only did she start with only 4 minutes and 9 seconds, but now she's down to 3:17. As actually both players have thought for the same amount of time, but as it continues to go down, it benefits Alexandra because she has a higher percentage of time on the clock. As for the position, I mean, it seems relatively comfortable for both sides. It's annoying to me that as white, I'm not able to slide that bishop back to A2. So I am going to lose that coveted bishop on B3.
Well, there she goes. It's gone. And, well, one thing though, Alexandra is setting up for a potential break on E5. But other than that, her position isn't that easy to play. Yeah, she's got control of the D5 square. She can put the knight on D5, but what's she going to do with the bishop on C1? Is it going to come out to G5? But I like this move. B4, fixing the pawn on A6. And rook E8, I was told that when in doubt and you're stuck for a plan in the Lopez, just go rook E8, bishop F8, and then reroute the bishop to G7. Done. And here you go.
Of course. Chessable course. I know my brother likes that course. So. Actually, I have to say one of my regrets in my early chess career is that I switched from double king pawn to the Sicilian too soon. So for those of you watching, if you're kind of getting more into chess, stick with E5 for a while because you might need it later. You know, you might want to play it later in life, and you want to feel those vibes and the positions well. Knight D4, trying to get that knight into the excellent F5 position, but for some reason the computer absolutely detests this move. Let's see why.
Yeah, it says C5, but C5 looks very brave because you're inviting knight to F5. Now, I'm presuming that knight to F5 doesn't work because of tactical issues. Yeah, 94. Okay, C takes B4. It's as simple as that. And this bishop on F8 is an excellent defender of the king, so you cannot sacrifice a piece on H6. And yeah, now a knight comes in terms of the clock situation. It's Armageddon, so no increment. My is down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Lots of tactics here. I don't think that this is by any means crushing for Narva. I'm seeing all sorts of tactical possibilities. The computer likes rook takes E8, noting that the pawn on A6 is hanging at the end of the variation. And, you know, you always have to worry about some other nasty ideas, too, like queen G3, threatening all sorts of knight H6 business. But instead, she moves her knight back to E3.
Yeah, and this allows G6. Remember the plan, put the bishop on G7. Nothing can go wrong in that situation. And Mai is following it. But Alexandra down to 2 minutes and 39 seconds. And her position is not easy at all. She's going to double the rooks on the A line.
Yeah, but it's really unfortunate here because for Kosteniuk, she's down a pawn and no clear compensation now that her knight has been booted from F5. Very bad position for her. Really, the only thing she has going for her is that 30-second advantage. Has to make use of it. Oh, knight E3, that was a turning moment. Very bad outcome for her. Bishop E3, she's trying to make something of her position again. Queen D2 potentially. Oh, she can't. The rook on A2 is hanging. Forces a traded queen. This is terrible.
Oh, look at those pawns. They are marching in. Oh, gosh. B3. Oh, this is a dream for my Narva. She takes with the C pawn. The D pawn is hanging. This pawn on B2, that's vulnerable. Oh, my goodness. It's all gone wrong. And look at that. The clock situation. My Narva barely has any time difference from Alexandra. Rook takes E3. But do you think that Alexandra can hold on?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Narva's got the draw odds. That's the problem. White actually has to win this, which is the complete disaster here. What a beautiful play here by Narva. But I trace it back to that knight E3 moment. And, you know, here we see rook to D8, trying to take advantage of the pin here. I was looking for ways to play A3, but she wants to just be super practical here and say, like, if I can win material here and you have to fight for a draw down a piece with some pawns, like, this is just going to be too easy.
Yeah. And talking about this, Look at it. She's just going to take on B2. Oh, she dropped her piece. She dropped a piece as a mouse slip. Oh, my goodness. She wanted to take the pawn on B2, but she dropped.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. But, oh, my God, what a way to end such a brilliantly played match. Oh, poor Narva. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, it's heartbreaking to be there on the cusp of qualifying to the quarterfinals, where
by
she
beating
would
the
face
legend
Vaishali,
herself.
and she mouse drops a bishop onto d4. Oh, well, she's gonna try just to play on to see if she can salvage something, but heartbreaking turn of events. Oh, the pain is real. King to e3. And there you can just see Marva there, my Narva, shaking her head. There.
You know, we've all felt it in chess. And there it is. Alexandra Kosteniuk wins by resignation, and she qualifies in to the next round of the Women's Speed Chess Championships to play Vaishali. What an absolutely dazzling match, and what a heartbreaking finale.
Absolutely. All the emotions, all the feels. Alexandra Kosteniuk, in the end, luck smiled on her, and she is the winner of the match and moves on to the quarterfinals, where she'll be facing the Indian talent that is Vaishali. But here, let's take a look at the scoreboard once more. It was so close in the 5-minute plus one portion. In the 3 minutes, it was Alexandra Kosteniuk that had a small advantage, but my Narva, she dominated in the 1+1, and so went to tie breaks. And in the end, when it looked like my Narva was about to clinch it, it fell apart, courtesy of the mouse. But c'est la vie. And, you know, talking about life moving on, Jennifer, we are in for another treat, because look at the bracket. We are going to be going to say hello to 2 new contestants. There we can see we're saying goodbye to May Narva, a worthy competitor, because on the right we are going to see another showdown between Valentina Gunina and Divya Deshmukh. 2 very exciting players.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I mean, that match though, wow. I mean, all of us can relate to that moment of being so close to what you want and it's slipping away, but so impressive by my Narva. I mean, I know outstanding things are coming for this young chess player, because she's just got it. She's got that it factor. You know, she gets the good positions and then she finds the brilliancies, but not today. Today, it was the mouse that determined her fate.
Yeah, that's just a heartbreaking moment, you know. It's the kind of mistake that's unique to online chess. You know, you never do this over the board, you know, and even if you did just drop the piece, you know, you would just go, oh, excuse me, and then you take the pawn on b2, and it would be a different matter entirely. But so be it. When it comes to the gods of online chess, sometimes you win by mouse slip, sometimes you lose. So be it. It's their decision. But new game, new match. Valentina Gunina, she is the World Blitz champion, playing off against the World Junior champion, Divya Deshmukh. Now, Divya, she's the highest rated under 20 female player. Valentina Gunina, very tricky, very practical player, and one of my Caro-Kann idols. I've when she exploded on the scene, she started playing the Caro-Kann almost exclusively. And since then, I have been a massive fan of her style of play.
Oh yeah, a great matchup for sure. Will we see it as tight as today's match? Well, I sure hope so. As this doubleheader is heading into part 2, as I think the games are about to begin any moment.
Yeah. And there we see the players getting ready. I think are they showing the arbiters that they have a second camera rather? Because that's one of the things about online chess, is that there's a lot of fair play procedures where you don't play just one camera. There's 2 cameras, and maybe even someone in the room just to make sure that everything is above board.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, online chess has progressed so much in the last few years, and it couldn't happen without the commitment to fair play that Chess.com has invested. So, yeah, for sure, in 99% of cases, we're dealing with the people who would never cheat if there wasn't a camera at all. But having those procedures in place is just so good for the game and for developing it online.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And there we see the players. They are waiting for the arbiter to give the go-ahead. And there we see Divya Deshmukh there on the right, world junior champion. She gained an insane amount of rating. I think she's up to 2480 on the classical rating list. She's a big talent, going to be representing India at the next Olympiad. And, well, whilst we wait for this match to start, I will tell you about a very special opportunity, because now is your chance to play 5-time world champion Vishy Anand. In honor of 25 years since Garry Kasparov's iconic game against the world, legendary grandmaster Vishwanathan Anand has volunteered as tribute for the next game, Vishy versus the world. To join the vote, chess team of Chess.com players and creators, use !playvishy in chat or visit go.chess.com/playvishy and bring your A game. And talking about A games,
girl.
This is what we want to see, and we're waiting for the games to begin. There we also see the players.
I hope it's another close one. We're going to start again. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the format, well, first of all, welcome. And, we can't wait to initiate you into the beauty that is the Speed Chess Champs. But what we do is we start with 5 minutes with a 1 second increment, and then we get faster and faster as the match progresses. Second part will be 3 minutes in 1 second increment. And finally, we get 1 minute with a 1 second increment. So even if somebody gets an early lead, there's often a chance to come back in the faster games.
Absolutely. And there's always a chance to strike back. The games are on the verge of beginning. It's interesting to see the players' poses there. We see Divya. She's adopting an unusual thinking style, whereas Valentina, she looks poised and focused. There we see Valentina Gunina with the white pieces. What will Divya go for? Valentina tends to open with the D pawn.
And there it is. We've got, it looks like there's a little time. Wonder if that maybe was aborted because I think they started Valentina's time too quickly, giving her an unfair 18-second deficiency. I believe that might be what happened there.
Yeah, so we are just going to be resetting the game real quick. So that was a bit of a false start, but don't worry, the players have been called back to the starting blocks and we will see another game resume. Do you think that they are morally obliged to go D4? D4, knight f6, C4?
That's a good question. I don't think morally, but it just would be weird not to, right? Yeah, I think we're going to see the same thing. It's very odd.
And there we see that Divya, she goes for a Bogo Indian. It's the queen on E7. I'm expecting the queen to take on D2, and then white's going to develop the knight to C3. You can just ignore this knight on F3 because the power of this light square bishop is so much that it often doesn't want to be capturing on F3. But this is an interesting challenge to the center with C5, because then should black play C takes D4 or bishop takes knight, then there's going to be issues with the white king structure.
Great points, yes. And you might wonder, why did white take on D2 with the queen? Well, the idea is that you really like that knight on C3. Beautiful square, because not only does it protect the key E4 square, but it also protects D5, which can be very nice. In fact, I've seen some situations where you make the sacrifice D5. You put that pawn there, and certainly if black has castled, if they take, you can play bishop H7 check and queen D5 to regain the pawn. So the knight on C3 is just a really important placement.
Absolutely. And supports the pawn on d5 and supports the pawn on e4. It's where it wants to be. So there we see queen e2 from Valentina. It wasn't the move I was expecting, I'll be honest. I thought that e4 was perhaps on the agenda. But instead we see a different approach from Valentina, and perhaps one that will make Divya think, because Valentina is saying simple is best. I'm just going to castle, let you trade on d4 and see what happens. And there we see Divya, she goes for the most critical approach, challenging in the center immediately. Now this is kind of a trademark of the younger Indian players, that they don't tend to play quiet chess. They tend to play the most forcing, the most critical moves because they trust their calculation. So bishop to b5.
Bishop b5 check. Okay. And now you got to be careful because if knight d7, there's a knight e5 in the air. So what does black do here? Do we have to play knight c6, knight e5, rook c8? Or is...
Oh, yeah.
Black thought that it was necessary to play the move king to f8, which is, of course, not fun. It would be cool if she could have castled, but unfortunately in chess, there's a rule that you can't castle out of check.
Let's change the rules, Jen.
I mean, it's kind of an interesting rule to change. Probably. Yeah,
Kramnik doesn't make so much sense, right? It doesn't actually make sense because it is a viable move to castle. Yeah. I don't see why you can't castle out of check, but yeah, those are the rules. We didn't make them. Blame those people in the 16th century or 15th century, whatever it was. Oh, but hang on a second. Things are opening up. This is breaking the rules from Divya because you're not meant to do this whilst the king is stranded in the center. Tradition says that, you need to lock the position down, make sure that the center is stable, and then, tuck your king into safety before initiating action. But
it's hard for black to it's really a bit hard for black to defend this because if knight d7, just completing your development, rook to c1, threatening the just very straightforward rook c7 is so annoying. And that's why black just decided, okay, I'm going to have to get my king out of dodge, get my king to g7.
Yeah, I think she had to do that. But you're right. I mean, even if the king escapes from its troubles, runs to g7, there is a problem with the rook coming to the c line and penetrating the 7th line. So, yeah, it's very, very difficult for black to untangle. Maybe we see a pause from Gunina. Maybe she's calculating what happens after e4. Maybe she's deciding which rook to go, rook fc1. But okay, she chases the bishop back. Now, which rook? Rook ac1, I think. Rook ac1, rook fd1. Let's go.
That's right. Rook ac1 feels like the right move. But you can also start with rook d1 now, since rook c1 doesn't really have a precise threat. But my big question for white is, how do we get our queen in? Because our position looks so phenomenal. And the only thing is, how does the queen get in? How about b3 and queen b2? Something like that. I'm feeling like I need to get the big gun into the game.
Yeah, you're completely right. Once the queen enters the fray, that's it. Black is in massive problems. And yeah, I liked your queen to b2, getting the queen on the long diagonal, asking questions of the queen. And also, white always has rook c7 in their pocket. This way, maybe I'm expecting the queen to step up to e3, and that's how she can enter. It was interesting because I was talking to one of my friends, an English Grandmaster, Neil MacDonald, and he was calling a queen on the 3rd row is on the Goldilocks square. It's perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. And the point is, the reason why she's so good is because she can flip between sides. From e3, she can go to a3 if needed, h3, and she has so much more flexibility to go forward, to go backwards. And bishop b3. And yeah, this knight is not behaving. It needs to stop sleeping and just magically transfer itself to f6 or somewhere. Knight c6.
I like that. I like that idea of the Goldilocks square, but why? Is it because there's not as many pawns usually on the 3rd rank? Is that the concept?
Yeah.
Or is
That's more or less. Like if you were to put the queen now to e3, she could go quite happily to b3. She could go quite happily to g3, h3, come up to b6. She has so much potential because there are no pawns. And it was just something that he had observed. He'd looked at a lot of Alpha Zero and Stockfish Leela games, and he noticed that the queen, they were doing weird things with the queen. They would go queen e1 to queen e3. It was
oh, fascinating. This story gets better and better. Okay, yeah, love that. All right, I think you're gonna remember that. Remember Goldilocks, the story about the 3 bears? She steals all their porridge and somehow still is the hero of the story.
It never made any sense.
You're right. But now it does. Now we know it was just about chess in the end of the day. This is the point. And rook d5, gorgeous square here for the rook, and queen d2 now, and you're facing rook d7, so she might be forced to take.
Yes, but the problem is that the queen is amazing in the center. And look at Valentina go. She just mobilizes the queen, puts it on its best square. And this knight on b7 is such a terrible piece.
Yeah, what's the opposite of the Goldilocks square? That's what the knight on b7 is. It's really the worst square on the board.
Yep. I don't actually know what the opposite
apple?
Yes.
Apple square, if we're talking about fairy tales. But yeah, poison pawn we already have. So the chat can help us out with her fairy tale knowledge. But she did get a pawn that doesn't look poisonous, Jovian. So she transferred basically her positional advantage into a material one. Will it be enough to win? She's had a huge positional advantage all game. And now Black's managed to get their knight into a better square, but she is down a pawn. If I'm Black here, actually, I'm preferring this situation than the one from a few moves ago, because at least I kind of know what I need to do. But that said, she's still in trouble.
She still is in trouble. And Queen c1 with a perpetual was in the air. So Queen c1 played by Divya, knight to f1. And yeah, the Black queen had to go back after those adventures and come back to defend the pawn, the knight on d6. And okay. Black's queen is also good. So it's an interesting tussle. Can White mobilize their pawns, keep control of the position? And
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just, because everything's to do with king safety, to do with promoting a pawn, and whoops. Well, that was an accident, because knight takes e4 threatens queen takes f2, so you can't capture on b5 because the knight will be dropping. So she had to take some time out. Knight e3. Hang on a second. Can you go knight takes f2? No.
I don't think so. I think we can get away with king takes f2, and then if queen d2 check, we can go to f3, and if queen f4 check, we have king e2 or queen f3. But that said, big miss here, because Gunina was playing just really flawlessly there for a while. But Divya got back into the game, and now and that is exactly why I preferred the position where she didn't have a material advantage, but it was so easy to play. Because as things shifted, Divya right back in there.
Totally agree with you there, because on a practical level, that was a difficult queen and pawn ending. She lost control, and now Divya is the one who is a pawn to the good, and Valentina will be fighting hard to defend. Queen h1 check. It's not entirely intuitive, because I would be thinking about queen to e1. Just, it doesn't.
Right.
The knight on f2 is trapped.
Queen f2 though, right? Queen f2 and knight g4. That's the problem. So if queen e1, you have queen takes f2 and knight g4. So the knight is actually trapped. Wow. So this is actually a really interesting moment. So queen e1, queen takes f2, queen takes f2, knight g4 wins for white. So, and Divya found it, queen h1, king g3. But isn't this still trapped? Isn't this knight still trapped?
It is. It's completely trapped.
Wow. I don't know what Black was supposed to do there. But apparently that's something, but yeah.
Only 2 seconds though. And there we can see that Divya in big trouble now. And now this knight can step back to f1 and trap the queen.
Yeah, lots of ways, I think, for white to win. But she's going for, I think, a checkmate threat here. Now knight f5 is a threat. Now g4 check is a threat with checkmate. That would be, that's a cool mate. Pawn, well, no, it's not quite mate, sorry. But it would be mating, I think. But instead of Valentina Gunina won on time, so much pressure on Divya there in the end. Some really nice tactics. Despite it seeming like Divya got back into the game, Valentina really right back in and starts with a nice victory.
She certainly does. And Divya opening up with c4 and taking it into one of these kind of unusual Slav type positions. And there the knight comes to e5, bishop e6. This is the place where you want to be putting this bishop to reinforce d5. And now we're going to see some trades. And Gunina is another person who adores the light square strategy. And so you see her putting all her pawns on light squares. That's the aim of the game. Then develop your pieces and then break in the center. Interesting. Knight to e5. Hang on a second. What's stopping black from grabbing a pawn? And the answer is problems on the queen side. a4.
Oh, yeah. Because if pawn takes b5, queen b7 looks devastating, right?
Completely.
Like crushing here. By the way, somebody asked in the chat, JWill189, I missed the end of the match. Did Alexandra win? That's like a really funny question. Yeah, she did. She did. That's the short answer. The long answer, you got to roll back the tape because it was insane.
No, really, it was wild. It was heartbreaking. All the feels for that match. But yeah, Alexandra Kosteniuk did qualify. She's going to be playing Vaishali in the next quarterfinal. And for the time being, it's now Divya Deshmukh against Valentina Gunina, and they will be fighting hard to see who'll be meeting Katerina Lagno in the quarterfinals. There we see Queen C7. It's an unpleasant task, right? To defend this position with black.
Oh yeah, very unpleasant. I mean, I have this move Knight B5 up my sleeve at the moment, but I guess it doesn't really do much, unless I want to put my knight on D4 instead of C3. Probably instead better to. I wish I could play Bishop F4, right, and take advantage of my time, but I guess after E4 you have Bishop D6, and it seems like things are hanging on okay there.
I was thinking that too. I was thinking it's kind of natural to kind of introduce every single piece. So I was loving the A4 idea. And I was like, okay, after bishop to D6, maybe we have some more fun. Okay, and F4 in, well, not F4, but E4 definitely played. And awarded a question mark, but no. This is not a question mark. Bishop to F4.
Bishop F4 was the idea, right? Then after Queen F4. Queen takes C6 check, but it didn't happen. Just H3 on the board. I was dying for that tempo.
Yeah, that's what I was also enthusiastic about. But okay, instead, Divya going for a completely different approach. Very interesting. She's just saying, forget about, let's just focus on this weak person on C6.
It does feel like a nice position for white because of the weaknesses, right? And the superior queen position here on C4.
Yeah.
But probably not much from like a, exact point of view or in a computer point of view. But when I look at this position, it looks more comfortable for white.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. But I like what Valentina is doing. She's just going A5 and saying, yes, you can have the C6 pawn, but in return, I'm going to have the B2 pawn. That looks excellent. But rook C2, Divya is just keeping control. Her plan is to double up and then just keep on piling the pressure. It's not about immediate reward here. Here it's just about a slow build up. So rook c8 from Valentina. I'm expecting a lot of maneuvering to happen now over the next few moves as both sides try to kind of be a bit cagey. and reveal a little of their intentions, but also hide. There you go, knight to e2. And yeah, knight to e2. Maybe going knight to d4, maybe going knight to f4, maybe something else entirely. I like this type of chess. I feel it's very clever in its own way. You know, because mating sacrifices and playing hacking chess is very attractive, very aesthetic. But I feel like this type of chess, it's smart because you really have to outwit your opponent. Are you a fan of this type of chess?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm as good at it, but I'm a fan. You know, like I think that it's kind of like when you go to a CrossFit class and they have a mile run. You're just like, I don't want to do that, but you know, I like watching other people do it well. And so I think that yeah, it's I'm a fan. I'm not good at it though. How about you? I prefer. I'm better at the hacking stuff, the calculations and whatnot. But it really is wonderful and majestic to see the best at doing this. And actually, my son plays chess. He was actually right here in the chess school offices. And it's funny because recently he was in a lesson where they were teaching him stuff like this, like positional play, and he wasn't paying attention. So I said, Fabi, you know, why aren't you paying attention? And he's like, I'm not good at this. And I said, well, that means you should pay more attention, right? And so, yeah, for those of you who are watching who don't understand how to play against these weaknesses, watch it because we can see the grade in action here. And I think part of it is look at this trade here. I like the idea of trading these bishops. And then I think the second question for me is, how do we improve that knight on e2? Is it headed to f5 or is it headed to c5? What do you think? If you could put that knight anywhere, where would you put it?
I probably would put it on f5. But I love this whole idea of just going bishop c5, trading off those bishops, eyeballing e5. And for me, it's irresistible. I think I'm kind of a combination between a hacker and someone who appreciates and tries to do some good positional chess. But it's just, you know, black can barely make a move. And another square actually that I'm actually drawn to is putting the knight on c4, especially because this rook has gone to a6. But there we see, Divya just goes knight g3. She's going to put a knight on f5, and okay.
What if you have queen b5 ever in these positions, which is just such a outlandish looking move? Just crazy though.
Yeah.
Because the computer that now it's not possible that now that the king is on g7, but it doesn't matter because white's position is still fantastic.
Totally. And there you can see she's getting ready to put the knight on c4, where it eyeballs a5, e5, threatens to jump into d6. And you see, you know, once the plan has been revealed to itself, you're like, oh yeah, that's the way forward. So I definitely recommend that even if you don't particularly think that you're good at this type of maneuvering, that you invest some time in watching the greats do it, because these days you have to be an all-rounder. You can't just keep on playing in the same aggressive, defensive, however you name it style, because people will begin to understand this and they will play specifically against you. Preparation these days is insane.
Absolutely. Great points. And who are your favorites? I mean, we all hear of like Karpov, right? But can you give someone out of the box to study for our positional knowledge?
Yeah, so actually Karpov was the person that I was raised with. I just adored his chess. But these days, you know, Magnus is incredibly good. He's got an amazing feel for the position. I'm also in awe of my co-commentators like David Howell. The way that he plays chess and he manages to overprotect all of his pieces is just another level. And I'm really impressed by how he's able to play defensively and at the same time just unravel in an offensive manner. And he's really just a favorite of mine. Also Mickey Adams. I'm kind of going for the British players because they're really the players I kind of follow the most. But Michael Adams is another one. And in terms of women players, Anna Moseichuk, she is incredible at this type of stuff. You give her the right position, give her a small bit to squeeze, and she is so good. What about you, Jan?
Well, I was going to mention some women players as well. I'm really a big fan of Humpy Canero's ability to squeeze. And then Ju Wenjun, Ju Wenjun as well, who we see in the Speed Chess Championships. Her positional chess is masterful. But now, speaking of this positional chess, now it's turning into a tactical finish, because I think knight d7 might spell the end here. Is that right? We got all these pins. It's pin city here. Or what about... You're looking at rook d7 as well.
Rook d7. I love rook d7. Pick up the f7 pawn. I'm a brute. I just want material. And so that's the first move that I'm looking at. Okay, knight to g4. I was also looking forward. Knight to g4, very clever move. So the big idea is maybe go e5, rook to d6. Okay, she wants it all. Now she's going to go rook to d7. Now, come on, rook d7.
Yeah, now we're ready for rook d7. We've got the barrel lined up. Okay, she can do rook d6 too, though. Everything looks so crushing. Rook d6 now, you have to go rook takes d6 and queen e7.
Yeah.
And even the pawn endgame is just lost. It's kind of a shame to, right? Isn't it? Or it's not. I wouldn't go for that, though, because you don't want to have to count when you have such a dominant position. Worst case scenario, you can actually go the king. You can actually just go... well,
can you take the two pawns as well? Just kind of go into a queen and pawn ending. So rook takes rook, and then...
Yes, sure.
You got a hiding place on h2 for the king. So, okay, Divya thinking. Maybe she could... Yeah, rook c6. Also, great stuff there. Rook takes c5. Yeah. And now I'm expecting the pawn on a5 to drop. But you know what? Not much time. We've come to that stage. Oh, that pin
is back.
And now we go into the king and pawn ending. Queen takes rook. That's it. It's done, dusted. Nothing to play for. It's in the bag. Now the plan is very simple. All you have to do is just march your king over to assist the b pawn, and there's nothing to be done. There you see Divya. She manages to fight back to level the score. 1 point apiece. It was quite a long game, so we still have 21 minutes remaining in this 5 minutes plus 1 second portion. And once again, we are seeing a BOGO Indian. And this time, Valentina is the one that shakes things up. We saw her recapture that bishop with the queen. Now she's gone for the knight.
Right, and the F knight at that. Okay, so she still wants to get the knight on c3. But remember last time she put her queen on e2 soon after playing queen takes d2. So, okay, very, very enterprising here. She got a great position last time with white. In fact, so far, this match has been the story of white getting a dominating position out of the opening. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but certainly the early middle game, we've seen white really on top in both games. And I feel like I'm seeing it again because she's starting this game with a full minute edge. As, of course she has a slight advantage being that she has the white pieces here. But on top of that, a minute on the clock for the get-go. Nice start.
It is a lovely start. And also it would have surprised Divya, as we saw by her pause. So she's now in unfamiliar territory. And the great thing about these type of systems is that you can rely on the pawn structure as well. So it's an interesting decision there from Divya that she took on c4. And she clarified the position that way. Because if black is not getting c5 in, they're going to be permanently worse. 97.
But I think they will be able to get it in, yeah. We're getting there. Are they going to stop me? 95?
I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this. It's just feeling at the minute. Knight b5. I love that move, by the way. Because you're forcing... You also have knight e5, e4. Yep, that's another good response. Yeah, now you go d5 and you see no c5.
Oh yeah,
I'm surprised by this. I'm surprised. I thought she was going to be taking, and then yes, but here white does have the free hand because this bishop on b7 in this type of King's Indian pawn structure, it wants to be on c8, sorry, and supporting f5 pawn breaks. As it is, yes, this knight on c5 is good, but that's about the only piece. In fact, the knight needs to be on d6. Whoops! Don't touch, Yobi. Yeah. There is a queen f3. Maybe knight to e8. Get a knight to d6. And then go for f5.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, knight looks like it belongs on d6 regardless. So, and then the bishop on c8. Well, we're going to probably relocate the bishop to c8 at some point because now with these pawns on e4 and d5, the bishop isn't really having much impact on that square. This is a tough type of position to play because it's like both bishops kind of have their issues, right? The bishop on b1 because it's blocked in by its own pawns, and then the bishop on b7 because it's biting on granite because that pawn is so well defended.
Yeah, I agree. The bishop on b1 is not good. I admit to that. But okay, so how to improve it? And this is maybe why I'm not a big fan of queen to f3. You're putting the queen in front of your own pawns and therefore removing your potential to break open. So that's why she goes queen to g3. But I'm guessing, well, I'm not guessing, knight to d6 is what I expect. You know, you have to watch out for knight to f5. Ooh. f4. Valentina's being tricky.
All right, so
what's this?
Point now after
I just got a glimpse of the chat. Which is more powerful? That was I didn't quite catch it.
Oh, what's more powerful, a hand forehead or a hand on your chin? Well, I'll tell you that from a director's point of view. And I love film and TV, and I can say that in The Queen's Gambit, they made it the chin because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see Anya Taylor-Joy's beautiful face or the other actors and actresses' gorgeous faces in this series. So all of the players would do more of this, whereas in actual tournaments you see a lot of this, covering up the gorgeous faces of all the chess players all over the world.
That's true. That is very true. I remember I was taught that as a kid. It's like, block everyone out. Don't walk around. Yeah. I got told off for pacing all the time. Okay, so we see, oh, this is a really cagey position because Valentina's just very brave. f4 was met with f6. So it's kind of like a hurricane meeting an immovable object here. So h4.
Great play by Gunina so far, and she's up a minute, and that's what the pressure is helping her do in blitz. It's not just about getting a better position; it's also about getting an edge on the clock. Now, bishop a6, she's trying to anticipate rook f1 with the idea of pawn takes e5. So that's a nice move. I like that move. Important function. It has a double point because we can also stick a bishop on d3 maybe, or a knight on d3. We got it. Very nice move.
Hang on a second. You know, your bishop d3 was very, very attractive. Do you remember you were saying earlier on it's like a tale of two bishops? The bishop was on b7, not great. The bishop on b1. And now you're looking at it, and the bishop on a6 actually has a role. It controls f1, which means that any rook takes rook, it's going to be black that takes over that line. So yeah, I think white has to start generating some counterplay somewhere. Okay, and I like this knight to g4, targeting e5. And now what? It feels like it's all gone a little bit wrong for Valentina. Valentina maybe needs to go bishop c2, a3, and just boot this knight away from c5. And sure enough, bishop c2, or at least get the bishop's d1, get the bishop working. But maybe there's no time.
Oh, nice move. I actually like knight g4, trying to go after e5, but this nice move, rook f4, combining I think attack and defense, because I don't think I can get away with knight g4 anymore, can I? Oh, maybe she can. I was thinking that there might be some tactics here, and it is getting a question mark, but let's try to figure out why. Is it because we could play, there's a lot of interesting candidates here. Just h5 was the choice. h4 is going to be hanging, and knight e5 isn't really working.
Oh,
so maybe it's just as simple as that.
Queen takes... Okay, no, you can't do that. You cannot take on h4 because the rook gets trapped on h4.
Oh,
so that's out of the question. You don't want that. So instead, this is tricky play from Gunina.
Rook h4 then?
Yeah.
That's rook h4, and then if queen takes g6, rook takes h2, king h2, queen h4 check. It's funny that we need the rook to go first somehow. Yeah, okay, but she defended first with king g7, not going for that very interesting line. Knight d7 given a question mark, but why?
I think the knight was so good on c5. It was targeting at least the d3 square. The knight on d7 doesn't do that much, but a very clever play there from Gunina. I like the way that she unraveled, used tactics to her advantage. Knight g5, big threat on the board of forking the rook and the king with knight to e6. Also knight to e6 attacks c7. So now Divya sounded the defensive with knight to f8, but this, Jen, the rook on f4 has hardly any squares. That
rook f6 is okay, right? For now.
Yeah. But that really escaped my mind, you know, because I felt like the rook was so powerful there on f4. Not anymore. And some more maneuvering going on.
Black looks pretty nice here to me, but because of that file control on the f file, but bishop d3 preventing rook to f3. And the biggest issue for black is that she is down almost a minute on the clock, so that could prove annoying. How to get our knight into a better position is the question. Should we just stick it back on c5 where it was before, or does she have another idea? Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, c5 looks like a great square.
I agree. And there we see a trade of bishops because the bishop really wasn't doing too much. And yeah, here. Yeah, knight c5 was really such a good plan, just to be not so proud to kind of admit that they'd made a mistake. But the one thing that worries me about this type of position is that white is the only one with the breaks. They have the key to open up the position with moves like g4. And that's something that black has to be calculating at every single move. But so far, it's quite a small factor. It doesn't play a role just yet. King to d7.
Because it should be, I mean, I feel like it should be balanced in general by the fact that we have the only open file. And that if you try to make a break, it could backfire. So, yeah. Let's see if it ends up.
But Divya, she's putting her knight on d6. I don't like that. The knight was great on c5.
And now this knight gets to d3. Okay, she makes a break there. Now we have another open file, which quickly occupied by Valentina.
And now you can kind of see that g4, it might not have been so important a few moves ago, but the possibility of it now, like if the rooks get traded off and that kind of stuff happens, it's just very much in the air. And that's something to factor in. Okay, whoa, we're seeing a knight endgame. The king comes in. Careful, knight c4, big threat. b5, a4 maybe?
And look, there goes her time edge. As they're now even Steven, even though Gunina had an edge the entire game. Now she's going under.
Yeah. And now, I don't know who's trying to play for the win. I did not like b4 because, okay, a4 is a great move because now knight to d4 is going to come with power. Okay, knight c5, knight d4. Okay.
5 seconds left for Valentina.
Yeah. Come on.
She's going to play for the win, is Divya.
Yeah, she kind of can. She can, if she wants to draw, she'll just trade off knights. But no. She wants to improve her knight. And there we see a few pre-moves there from Valentina. Dancing with the knight to h7 and g5. Nothing to be done.
I think we might be three move. I think it might be a repetition. She is acquiescing to the repetition as Valentina played fantastic with just a couple seconds on her clock, because I thought she was going down at some point because of the initiative and the time advantage that came from out of nowhere. But nope, she held the draw. Fantastically played so far, as this match is even 1.5 out of 3 with really, really strong play so far. Not that many blunders, I would say.
No, not that many. And we've seen kind of long games as well. Whilst the games between Alexandra and Mai, they kind of followed a wild formula. Here, it just feels like we're looking at some strategical play in action. And, well, we see a different approach there from Divya. She didn't go knight to e5, which worked to great success in the second game. And instead, she just dropped the knight back to d2. And here comes the breakout for Valentina.
And you're right that we actually might only see 4 games in this 5-minute portion, right? 1.5 out of 3. We've only got 7 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. So unusually long games. Usually we get 5 games in here in this portion, but we might only get 4.
Yep, I think we're going to be. This is going to be the last game. Although, you know, commentators guess knight e4 and then castle, bishop d2. Both sides really do need to get their king to safety. The king must never be allowed to live in the center in such an open position. And there we see Valentina. She's living up to her name. She is so tricky. Big question for Divya. Does she move the knight, give up the g2 pawn, or does she go f3? I think f3 was a sensible choice. Knight
I
f6,
like it too.
a5. Now knight f6. Both sides, you need to get castled, you need to dominate the center. These type of positions are really on a move by move basis. You know, you just have to look every single go. Is there a check? Is there a blunder? Have I maximized my pieces so that they're working to their best potential? And one thing that's going to be a factor later on, oh, Divya being tricky with her tactics there, is actually, I was going to say, the fact that these pawns are on dark squares. That's something that Divya could have used in the long run to annoy her opponent. But bishop c3.
What about queen a7 here? What happens on queen? Like, oh, it doesn't matter because when you play bishop f6, the pawn on e3 is captured. Yeah, so I was kind of looking. I was trying to look for some kind of in between move here, but it doesn't work because bishop f6 will protect the pawn on e3, and that's the only thing in the position that's actually hanging. So no way to take advantage of this, which is basically just an idea to, just trade off the bishops and claim a tiny advantage because the a pawn is a little weak. I don't even know if we can really call that an advantage because you got a little bit of an e3 pawn to claim as your own. So still pretty equal.
Yeah, I think it is completely equal, but it's going to be determined now because this is the type of problematic moves, right? Rook c5 targeting a5, now doubling. And Valentina, is she going to go on the counter? She's planning to go rook to d2 and live the best life on the second rank. That's why we see queen c2 covering the points. Oh, I love this move from Valentina. Rook a7. She's going to go rook d7. The a pawn is an irrelevance if she can go to rook on d2.
That's right. That's right. Great idea. Rook a7, continuing to defend the pawn, but also looking to get aggressive. And white can't neutralize things that easy. I mean, she could play rook to c7 here. But you got to be careful because there are some hanging pawns in your own position that you got to keep aware of. Like the pawn on b2. Now, for the moment, rook c7, queen b2 is, of course, not going to happen because a queen takes d8. But that is the kind of thing you got to be watchful for after rook c7, queen c7, rook d2.
Exactly.
So better for white just to kind of hold the tension than to try to force the matter.
you know, maybe, yeah, I mean, now you think about it, this D line is so much more important than the C line. Rook D2 is such a good move. Maybe she should have just been, you know, making moves like Rook C8. In fact, maybe she should just go Rook C8 now, because you cannot allow Rook to D2 at all. Okay, so it has been played. But Valentina, she's finding lovely improving moves. Queen E5, targeting the E3 pawn, threatening to post up the queen on G3 at the right time. It's not easy. Not easy, because I have like 2 rules in this type of positions. You judge them by how safe your king is. That's always like the number 1 point. And the second is piece activity. And whose king is safer? And it's actually black. And black is therefore going to be the one enjoying the more pleasant position.
Yeah, that's right. G6, trying to make the king even safer, because we can't play stuff like Rook D2 at the moment because there's queen takes D2. So if we get our king to G7, all of a sudden moves like Rook D2 are back in the position, and then black could be crushing. So just trying to play king G7 and Rook D2, or forcing white to play Rook takes D8 themselves and give us that critical D file, as you pointed out. Now, how to improve our position here? Is this the moment to just play Queen D5 or Queen D6? Yeah, and just say we have total D file control now, and maybe at the right moment we can
also
play B3.
Maybe you could kind of do weird stuff like Queen to D7, target A4, force B3, and then you come in with your queen to D3. So yeah, I think Divya is doing the right things here by offering a queen trade whilst the pawn is on B2. You gotta hide your king on H2. A king can't be stepping out in the open like that. So there's an absolute forced, and there's a big time differential here. Divya 1 minute and 28 seconds, Valentina 3 minutes. She is quick. She's like a 2-time world blitz champion. So she knows what she's doing, and this could very well be the last game in this portion, because just 1 minute and 34 seconds remaining.
Right, that's right. They'd have to draw this very quickly for us to get another game.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't even know that either player has a strong preference, because I mean, maybe Gunina would think that she's the favorite in this match, but she's also seeming to keep ahead on time. So she might not even be that bothered by the fact that the match is going to speed up, you know? Sometimes you have somebody who really wants to play more 5-minute or more 3-minute, and I'm not so clear here.
Yeah, and she's a 2-time women's blitz champion. And I do remember that she crushed the field at a blitz tournament in the London Chess Classic. And hang on a second, look at that. I didn't quite know why Divya refused to trade off queens, because now the rook, as the arrow is indicating, is going to step up, and it's going to be really difficult to defend E3. And sure enough, she puts her rook on a protected square. Less than a minute for Divya, and her position is in trouble.
Great point, because the problem is the rook, I love how you say it, the rook is on a protected square, whereas the rook on C2 is not. So we can't play stuff like Queen B6 to defend E3, because our rook on C2 hangs. So the only square that hits them both is C5, but that square has been taken from us. Oh, what a just very elegant demonstration of the power of having a protected major piece.
You know, that's what modern day chess is all about. I've come to my conclusion that modern day chess is all about protecting your pieces. And well, we see the white rook going forward, giving a check, but it's just a check. The king is so safe on F6. And it's white's king that's going to be in trouble. Now, if Valentina wants to play it safe, she can just trade off rooks and go back to with the king to G7. But she doesn't need to play safe. She can just improve things for a little bit longer. But white is threatening. We've got to ask ourselves what white's threatening. And white's threatening to go queen takes rook takes rook, and then queen to H8 check. And I like this move. Rook f5, king is safe on f6. And 2 seconds for Divya.
But now we got two pawns. 2 pawns, and this is going to be too many. As rook f5 just protects a5 and h5. Nice technical move. As she's got a 2-minute deficit and a 2-pawn deficit, and that's going to be decisive for Valentina. And she'll head into the 3-minute with a point unless something crazy happens. Let's see. You never know.
Valentina's a professional. Nothing crazy will happen in this. She knows exactly what needs to be done. It's just a case of driving the white king back, coming forward together as a team. Don't forget, in endgame, it's cheesy, but it's oh so true. You got to go teamwork makes the dream work. Look at that. The king is mobilizing, and now the rook will also mobilize. And you all kind of like march forward in solidarity.
I'm trying to think of stalemate tricks. And like that's our only prayer. Somebody in the chat said our only prayer is mouse flip. And I'm like, wait, maybe stalemate we have a better chance at. But yeah, you got to keep playing. But indeed, you know that this one is one that Gunina could do in her sleep.
Yeah, and there you can see she's absolutely rocking it. Well, no tricks. And there you can see she's being relentless. Now she's going to give a check, drive the white king 1 step further. And those 2 pawns, they will take care of the business. And Valentina wins and edges out a lead in the 5-minute plus 1 second portion. So there we can see the scores. 1.5 to Divya, 2.5 to Valentina. And there we saw on the screen Divya shaking her head. It felt like an unnecessary loss, but there is more fun to come because we are going to be going to the 3-minute plus 1 second portion. And this is how the 5-minute actually finished. 2.5, 1.5. Who do you think is going to be more confident going into the shorter time controls, Jan?
Definitely Valentina. She's not only got a point lead, but she's also had some fantastic time management in these 4 games that we've seen so far. So definitely, I saw in the chat, somebody said that Divya's going to need to play a little bit faster in the 3-minute, but you know what? She knows that. She's also played some great chess. So I expect this match to be super tight, and you're going to want to be with us for it as it gets faster and faster.
Absolutely. And on that note, we are going to take a quick break. But when we come back, time is going to get slashed, play is going to get furious, and of course, the tension increased. See you then.
This is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We are watching Valentina Gunina taking on Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion, at the 2023 World Blitz Championship in Uzbekistan. And the players starting off with a pretty conventional opening. A queen's gambit declined, and now a semi-Tarrasch as Ju Wenjun brings her c-pawn up to the center. And a big exchange in the center. This is a very, very popular opening. Black takes on d4 and then takes on d5 and now gets an isolated queen pawn on d5. Okay, now the rook comes into d1, and now it's Gunina's turn to launch an offensive and chase the black pieces out of the center. Knight to e7. Ju Wenjun has to oblige. And are there tactics? No. Back to home base goes the white queen. Bishop to d5, pinning the knight, forcing the weakening move. F3, Ju Wenjun is playing an amazing game with only a couple of seconds on her clock. She's doing a terrific job of sort of keeping the status quo and continuing to induce weaknesses in white's position. But she is still down a queen, and white is still pressuring the king side. Bishop to a7. Gunina has plenty of time on her clock. Queen to d3 was another devilish move. It threatened 2 checkmates on h7, and actually actually there was a mate on d8 that was threatened, and so Ju Wenjun has to make some luft, but g6 is a very weakening move in 4 seconds as that knight, it couldn't decide where to go. Knight to c6, knight to e4. Gunina brings her knight into the game. 2 seconds for Ju Wenjun. Rook to d8, chasing the white queen away. Oh, but that's a pin. That rook on d1 is undefended. Oh, Gunina blundered that move. Gunina blundered rook to d8, and now the white queen has nowhere to go. She might have to sacrifice the queen back. Oh, but that endgame is going to be really bad news for white because while the e3 pawn is weak, the a2 pawn is weak, and that black rook on c4 can infiltrate down to c1 or to the side down to a4. Gunina blundered rook to e8, and with only 3 seconds, the women's world champion was able to spot that the rook on d1 is undefended, and I don't see a different move for white. She might have to play queen takes rook, or maybe queen takes knight is a better version of that sacrifice. No, she's going to move back to f4. Gunina is going to keep her queen at all costs. Oh, with 2 seconds left, Ju Wenjun just didn't have the time to capture white's rook on d1, and instead she went g5. She allowed a check. She allowed a trade. Oh, white's going to win. Queen d6 check. What a move. King g7. Another check on h5. That's forced mate. That's forced mate. Knight h5 is mate in 2. Knight h5 is mate in 2 moves, and she finds it. And Ju Wenjun stops the clock and graciously extends her hand. She almost came all the way back down a queen, but just didn't quite have enough time to deliver the final blow. All credit to Valentina Gunina for keeping pressure on the board and on the clock. What a game.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at Chess.com/apps.
We are back and ready for the action that is gonna befall us in the 3+1 section. For those of you just joining in, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be commentating alongside the one and only Women's Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, it has been such an exhilarating day so far, so much action.
That's right, and you can see these players, such a fantastic, fierce fighters, and they're already looking kind of tired because it might have only been 4 games of 5 minutes, but wow, each game ran the distance. Such tough fights. And so far, Valentina Gunina is up a point, but anything could happen as the games get faster and faster, and we sometimes fit more of them in. And we're about to start that 3-minute portion. I can't wait. By the way, for those of you who are just tuning in, I'm actually live from Barcelona in the Chessable studio, so if any of this seems familiar to you, that's why.
And there we can see it's the green screen of chess. Many famous authors have sat behind that, including Jennifer Shahade. Just now, I think Gary Kasparov was in your seat, so maybe the players will have the air of Gary as they play 3+1. We have half an hour at this time control, and then afterwards time is going to get shortened even more to bullet chess. And the players, they are being obstinate. They are employing the same lines but different captures on d2. Did you notice that, Jen? We saw that one knight step back and capture the bishop, then the queen, and now finally it's the turn of the other piece.
Can it be the king one time? The king takes d2. That would be the BOGO cloud, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? The bongo cloud.
They've captured with everything else. But what do we think about this position? So black has done like the normal BOGO Indian type of thing. You go d6, you go for controlled e5, and you're relying on the power of this light square diagonal. And whoa, That is a feisty move there from Gunina. F2, F4. She's just basically saying she wants to play chess. She wants to go for it and take as much space as possible. I'm expecting Queen C2, reinforce the knight on E4 and then kind of back it up with Rook A1. Queen F3 is also tempting, but yeah, you're kind of always a bit hesitant about pinning yourself.
Absolutely. And I personally, when I see that pawn on F4 without its colleague on E4, it always strikes me as a general rule to sometimes be harder to play with, because we introduce all sorts of weaknesses into our position. And for what? What's so great about having a pawn on F4? Well, I know it gives you more space, but it requires a real hand of a great tactical and defensive monster to play with that delicacy. And that is Valentina Gunina. She is amazing at that type of chess. But, don't necessarily try this at home, guys, putting that F-pawn forward like that.
Yeah, and you can see the risk is increasing because you're just gone G3. And if it all goes wrong, say that knight on E4 disappears from the board, that's some serious light square weaknesses around the king. So yeah, I'm completely with you. If you're going to play chess like this, you have to remember it bears a lot of responsibility. You have to control the action at all stages. So it's very, very difficult to do that. I think that black is probably a little bit better. Yeah.
You think black's better here? Yeah. I mean, it's easy. I think that's the thing. Like, if those of you watching might see that the eval bar says it's equal, or even that white has a slight edge. But if you notice, both of us are kind of saying, yeah, we like black because it's a bit easier to play for black maybe in a blitz game, because those weaknesses are annoying and you have to play with such delicacy to make sure that you're justifying the weaknesses. But if you just look at this position real quick, you're like, yeah, black looks cool. Somebody in the chat said HT 1992. Isn't Gunina a beast? Absolutely. A really formidable player in all stages. And so far, she is leading the match. First game, I think that she's down significantly on time, though, except maybe in like a scramble. So let's see where that heads.
Interestingly enough, I was predicting D5, but it hasn't made an appearance, because that would be the move that terrifies me. D5, ask the question to the knight, and then really just open up the position. And I spoke too soon, it's on the board. But I wasn't sure about this incarnation, because after knight takes knight, queen takes, white now has the possibility of going c5. Okay, rook to e5, very interesting. Very gutsy move there from Valentina, because after d takes c4, you don't care about material anymore. It's all about king safety.
Yeah, that's the thing with a G3 and F4. DC4, bishop C4, queen C6. Suddenly I'm like, well, yeah, bishop. Yeah, you don't have bishop D5 there because you're pinned. So you got to take with the queen instead of with the bishop. And it looks like Divya almost pre-moved queen D6 as she was expecting that. Now, bishop E4, getting rid of the nasty bishop on B7. I like that idea, because she knew that with the weaknesses around her king, the light squared bishop was way more important for black than it would be for white.
Yeah. And one of the things I kind of really want to drum in here, king safety is paramount. So white has to control the play. White has to control the c5 break. And so that's why b4 was such a classy and necessary move there from Valentina.
Now you might be wondering, why can't a move, okay, rook d7 was played. Notice this is a bit of a weakness, but it's hard to kind of isolate on that because c6 is also weak. And right now our pawn on f7 is pinned, so we can't like play f5 or something like that to try to just like brute force win a pawn. But I mean, it might come up.
For sure it's going to come up. Look, king h7 on the board, f5, serious threat. So that's why Valentina goes f5 herself. But do you feel like Valentina is really taking risks here? She's conceding some squares. And you know, the moves that I'm kind of looking at, move the queen to f6, some potential sacrifices on d4. You can even step the rook up to d5 because the queen is needed on c4 to defend both d4, b4, and okay, b5 there from Valentina. And now both players under the minute. Oi.
Actually possible right now because rook d4, queen e5, rook d8 would be hanging at the end. So it's in the air, but it doesn't quite work now. And of course, if you take back right away, the queen would take back and defend the rook. So well spotted by both players, making sure to keep their tactical bases covered. So a lot of that, the brilliance of these types of blitz players, you don't actually see on the board. You see in the variations. Look at that. Rook c3.
Rook c3, but it lets the pawn on f7 go. Oh my goodness, that's an important pawn to drop.
No. Because it was c7.
And now there's rook to e... No, be careful. Don't suggest rook e6 because there is some threats against g3. So all you need to do is queen g4, rook to e6. And okay, it's coming. Rook e6 is going to be absolutely killer. And, well, rook e6. Okay, no, this is even better. Queen g6.
Queen g6 and rook e8, mate. Oh, no. They were playing so well for so long. But that's the thing. Like, Gunina is just not blundering. And, like, it was just that one blunder after a really well-played game. You know? Tough.
Tough, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Do you know one thing that impressed me about Gunina is how she was constantly anticipating what Divya would do, and she fought to prevent it. It was such an impressive game because it's not easy to play with such great space, and well, she can't rest easy. She does have a 2-point lead, but 3 minutes plus 1, more games, more things, more chances to go wrong. And there we see a trade of knights. And yeah, a5, lovely move from Divya. She just wants to get the knight out of the way, go bishop d2, corral the pawn on b4, win it.
Yep, spin that pawn up. As she needs to get back in this match, and this is the time to do it. You don't want to go into the bullet. I mean, people can come back in the bullet from a huge deficit, but you don't want that to be your strategy. So she's gotten a lot of promising positions at white. Let's see if she can make it happen.
Yes. And yeah, talking about bullet, we've seen some kind of like really close, fight backs. I think someone 5 points they had to make up and they almost got it. But in the end, yeah, you do not want to be going into the bullet, which feels a bit random at times with a 3-point deficit or 2 points. But there we see e4 and, well, Valentina, she's on the ropes.
Knight c6 coming.
Yeah,
knight c6 is coming, and that's going to be a nasty idea because we're hitting you on e7 on b4, and yeah, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Like you put the bishop on d6, you goes e5. You put the bishop on d8, not nice, and then you let go of b4 with a bishop. Oh, this is serious.
It's very serious. In fact, I don't see how you avoid devastating material loss. Maybe your variation bishop d6, e5, rook takes c6. Could that be the best? No, because then a6 hangs. That's terrible. I can't imagine that's good. So what's the best of the worst? I mean, the worst outcomes here. Bishop d8.
Yeah, bishop d8. Yeah, take.
That's surprising.
And look at this lovely positional move. She didn't go e5 because that would have conceded the d5 square. She just goes f3, and these 2 pawns, they dominate this knight on f6. And, well, to put it bluntly, there's hardly a piece of Valentina's that can move. Knight to e7 is a massive threat if she moves the bishop.
I mean, bishop e7 almost works here. But I guess you have rook takes c6, so it would be a blunder. But it is so aesthetic, I wish it worked.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe rook to d1, target the knight.
Nice. That's a nice move, yeah.
But I agree with you. Bishop to e7. Chef's kiss. I love it. But yeah, rook c6 is a bit of a cold shower.
Yeah, moves that would be cool if they worked. That sounds like a good article.
Yeah,
almost worked. We've all had those moments. So rook to c8, let's just keep defending. Don't give up. She's from the school of never give up.
Yeah.
So Alexandra Kosteniuk in that school, and it allowed her to squeak a victory and advance to play Vaishali. That was the earlier match we saw today.
Yeah. And it paid off, right? Because we saw Alexandra manage to turn around some really desperate situations. And yeah, the winner of this match will move on to the quarterfinals where they will be playing Katerina Lagno. So f6 there from Valentina. She's a pawn down with a bad position. Actually, I should stop being so British. It's a terrible position. It's not good. She can barely move. But still, there is life.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over, right?
That's one of the things that I keep on being so British about things. Like I go, oh dear, when it's really like, oh my goodness, this is like the worst thing that's ever happened to me, and we just go, oh dear. Could have been better.
There's a version of that in American South. I'm not from the South, but I know enough Southerners to know that you don't want to hear "bless your heart" or "bless their heart." Apparently, that's like, it sounds good, right? It sounds really good, but it's like, oh dear.
Bless their heart. I never knew that, so thank you for telling me. I'm sure someone said it to me, bless their heart, and I've gone, oh, thank you very much. I need the blessings. And it was bad. Bishop to f4. Yeah, nice tricky move there from Valentina. Obviously, pawn takes pawn is...
What?
Didn't think I was possible because of the bishop falling.
But I guess 53. That's the idea. Is it fancy, though? In poker, we have a word for this. It's called fancy play syndrome. When you want to win in a really exciting, cool way. And yeah, maybe bishop h2, king h2 gives white less excitement than they had hoped for. Like, yeah, she's still doing well, but the material is actually equal now. So all she has is a positional advantage. The weak pawns and the beautiful knight on c6. Hey, it's better than nothing. But I think we could have done better.
Totally. And Valentina will be feeling happy as well because she survived the worst. Because if we compare this position with a few moves ago, she was a pawn down, she could barely move. Now, at least material has been restored. And there's been a few trades in the position. And there you see Valentina attacking the knight. Knight is driven to the center. Oh, is there a threat of rook f7? No, because that's why she played rook c7. Oh,
nice
beautiful.
One. Well done. Good tactics.
Lovely, lovely, lovely shot there from Divya. Just winning a piece. And yeah, this one is definitely Divya's game. Oh, and there goes the rook.
Nicely done. Nice technique there. As we were actually worried that she was blowing her advantage away, but then she came back with the tactics to get the match lead narrowed to just 1 point now. And I said bishop takes d2, king takes d2 this time. Complete the circle. Come on.
What do we think? Oh, no. Well, Divya changed. Divya did change, so there was no b6. And instead, as far as I know, Valentina's fallen for a trap. Because now she can take on c3. Yeah, this is a kind of a well-known trap that you can't just go bishop g2. You have to take some time out to stop this exact idea. And yeah, black is completely equal.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Knight takes knight. But the thing is, though, sometimes you don't look at these lines because you're just told, well, it's equal, it's all fine. And then you suddenly find yourself in this situation. You're like, oh yeah, so why is black okay? And here I like this decision, trade of queens. And then she can just start playing against this pawn on c4, you know, just doing the normal things where you go knight to a5. I was thinking at the right time, b6, bishop a6, c5, and ooh, Valentina, she doesn't like her position, so she just goes forward with her own c-pawn. And what do we think about this? Knight comes to e5.
That's her idea, to just get really aggressive here, and play rook b1 and go after those that pawn. Yeah, very very unusual though, for sure, because those doubled c pawns leave a horrible impression. But she thinks it's worth it for the activity. I'm not sure about that, but let's see how it goes. So now we've got this gorgeous bishop on g2 versus the knight on c4. Well, the knight coming to c4, I would imagine, at some point. Yeah. But if rook d1 is the first move that we see. Rook d3, saying that if pawn takes d3, protects that square on c4.
It's very clever, but I'm expecting moves like c6 to be played, and this knight, there he goes, and this knight can just come to c4 and do some dancing around that way. Unfortunately, Valentina's been very clever, because optically the pawns on c3, c4 look really clunky, but this knight on a5 doesn't make the best of impressions either, and it's not really a good circuit. So yep, sure enough, knight comes to c4, rook b4, and then I'm guessing knight, well, not guessing, but knight has to move. Knight to e5.
And now rook to d4, and now h5. Okay, trying to gain a little space on the other side of the board.
Oh, the knight is trapped. The knight is trapped. Sorry.
Wait, can we play rook d4 and knight d7? Why can't we play rook d4?
You can go. You can do that, but you lose a pawn. You lose the b7 pawn. So rook takes rook.
Pawns, maybe.
C takes d4. b7 will fall. c6 will fall.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, she has to, well, that's just terrible, though. She has to do that, though. I think it's probably what she missed was rook takes d4, pawn takes d4. A5, good try here. Better than what we were looking at. Rook a4, but now we have rook takes d4. It's not that bad, right?
Yeah, that's very strange that she didn't keep the rook on the b line, because, okay, look, she picks up the a pawn. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. But on the other hand, it would have been so much more devastating if white had picked up the b7 pawn. But Divya, 43 seconds. Rook a8, rook a7, e3, of course. Defending d4. What a beautiful pawn formation, right? All on dark squares. And nice defensive move there from Divya. Just get the king to c7 and continue as if nothing happened. The question is where to park up the knight. Because the knight can get to f6, but it can't go any further. And somehow or other, it doesn't have enough space to ever appear on f5. So there we see Valentina. She's good, you know, she really is so fantastic in this type of position, because note how she dropped the rook back to b1. And what she's kind of indicating is I might play on the center, I might play on the wings. You are going to have to guess. So e4, interesting decision, rook to d1. And I'm expecting moves like bishop f3, just, you know, set in motion ideas of g4.
Knight b8, kind of trying to say, hey, look at that pawn. But the knight just is not getting anywhere. This pawn kind of phalanx of Valentina's is impossible. It's just impossible for black to make any headway against.
Right, and she just keeps on threatening like small moves, like f5. That's something that Divya has to watch out for. And there she says, this is what I call hustling. You just dance around. You know, you go king back to b3, the rook will go to b1, it will go to d1, it will dance around the whole board, and she will keep Divya guessing. And then, when Divya has no time on the clock, that's when she will make a pawn break.
All right, do we have any b5 check business here? No, because of en passant rule. You can't check. You can't check. You can't castle out a check, but you can en passant out a check. Is that fair?
It doesn't make any sense. Exactly. It doesn't do. Yeah, we need some people to kind of clarify like why these rules exist, not just to tell us about the rules. We need to justify them too. So there we see. Oh, okay. Rook and pawn endgame. B7 is a target. White has the potential to open things up with G4, F5.
Yeah. And that's
G4.
what I think is going to do it for her. This G4 idea is very strong. Or at some point, if the rook moves away, she might try A6 and then King A5, bring the king into B6. So even though it doesn't look like the pawn on A5 is doing anything, it's actually kind of sticking that rook on that file. Super annoying.
And note, she does all this when Divya has no time on the clock. Oh, rook F1. Okay, now F5. Let's go. Forward. And now how to continue. Rook F4. Very interesting play there from Valentina. She doesn't give Divya any chance, but I'm a little bit worried. This rook, oh,
nicely played by Divya. Look at that, and she does play A6 and King A5. But what's going on now?
I know she's going to go King B6. It's going to be all about the C pawn. She's going to take the C pawn. Her rook can take care of the D pawn. And, well, first she grabs F7. Excellent strategy. And, it's still anyone's game. F7.
We're both queenie, but you're queenie with check. So I couldn't play D1 because you would queen with check.
But now black steps back with the king. Okay, you can take the pawn on E5. Take the pawn on E5 first. And, okay, now King E6.
Rook takes D2. Rook takes D2. And then King B7. Oh, okay. This
And
also
now
works.
it's the C pawn.
This also works. Oh, no. What a great endgame execution here from Valentina, who could have played Rook D8, but Queen C8, making a queen is also plenty as she now takes a big lead in the match. Takes back that 2-point lead. Oh, such a close one. Actually, Valentina was crushing most of the game, right? But then Divya almost came back in that last couple seconds.
Yeah. It kind of felt like Valentina was surprised in the opening. She fell for a trick. Black was absolutely fine. And then Valentina just kind of knuckled down and she created problems. And in fact, she created so many problems that she had the advantage. And yeah, and then from then on, she's relentless. And here we see Valentina. She gives up the bishop for the knight. That's not a problem. But she's got nice central control over the e4 and d5 squares. So once again, just note how she's always adopting light square strategy. Yeah, and there we see, I think Divya is great, but Valentina is even better. Valentina is a great player. She's world blitz champion. Oh,
I think we have F7 there. Maybe do we
she
still
does.
Have it? Queen B3?
She does. No, there's knight d5.
Okay. And then bishop 1 hanging on d2 at the end. I think we had it earlier because our bishop wasn't on d2 yet. But anyway, always look for tactics, guys. Even if they don't work, what's the worst that can happen? Knight a4 played, given a question mark, but it doesn't seem to hang material. I think the engine must not have liked the looks of that knight on a4. I heard somebody earlier saying in the chat that a knight on the rim is prim.
Oh, I know it. A knight on the rim is dim.
Yes, or a grim.
A grim, yeah, even better. And I knew this one, knights on the edge, fall off the hedge. So, and then there was another one, but I forget them. So there we go, queen to e6. Yeah, I mean, Gunina doesn't have any problems whatsoever here. She's, oi. I like this, how she gets like good strategy, good control, and then she just throws in an h5 just to threaten h4 for good measure.
Yeah. And then we just need to get our knight on f8 into the game somehow, right? There it is, knight e6.
Exactly. She heard you, Jan. No, obviously she can't hear us. But it's often funny and uncanny how many times we request a move from the players, and indeed, they deliver.
Yeah, I love to see it. Okay, so now this move is very nice because it has all these great attacking possibilities. Knight g5 hitting f3. I'm also looking, she's definitely keeping her eye on the possibility of playing h4, sacrificing a pawn, maybe knight h3. But for now, it seems like black can handle all that kind of business.
Yeah. And, well, we actually never called who we thought was going to be our favorite for the match. And because we never did it, and maybe because we're undecided, let's ask the question to chat. Who do you think is the favorite in this match? Is it Divya Deshmukh, the World Junior Chess Champion, or is it Valentina Gunina, the Women's World Blitz Champion? So far, Gunina has a 2-point lead. Let's see whether chat thinks that Divya will be able to gain some ground. Oh, yoy. And look at that. That is close. Valentina, hang on a second. We've got some more votes for Divya there. 50%. Chat can't decide either.
Wow. Exactly 50-50. Wow. All right. So this is a tough one. And look at that. Speaking of which, as we see the confidence in the chat remain in Divya despite this 2-point deficit, she was able to get this important move d5 in, and now she's played knight to e4, looking to get her pawn all the way to d6. What's going on here? We must be we're not even down any material for this position. So I'm wondering, it's probably it would seem like this position is quite good for white, right? But maybe it's just too easy to hold on to that pawn after d6.
Hang on a second. No. After d6, you can't hold on. Rook d7. You can go rook d7 and then go knight f6. Yeah, you just corral that pawn and get rid of the defender on e4. So, okay, rook e6 is the move chosen. Okay, still the same idea. You can go f5. f5 and then win the pawn on d6.
Let's play f5.
No, d6. It was tempting, but in the long run, unsupportable.
Any other tactical way that we can make use of this pawn? Because we can play d7 at some moment, but then you're just going to play rook to d8, and if we play rook to d1, eventually corral it anyway. Is that your thought? Okay. Let's see.
Yep. And here you can see that f5 is already in the air.
Yes, we probably have to play like d7 or something just to keep it on the board, but then you have knight f8 as well.
Yeah.
And the knight coming to f8 is annoying. And then I could try. I'm trying to just, as white, I'm trying to keep it mixed up somehow, some way. But it's not easy to find ways because that square on c5 is also well protected. And as I'm saying all this, Divya is falling into extreme time pressure as she goes under 15 seconds.
And talking about time pressure, there is only 51 seconds remaining in this portion. She goes queen to f4, f5. The knight is booted away from its square. Okay, it's given an X, but disregard the computer because in the end, what matters is material. And you want to be winning the d6 pawn. And now, black is the one with activity. Is it queen e1? There's queen e1, rook d1.
Queen e1 and rook d1. Rook d1 is what she started with. Probably they were transposing though.
Yep.
Queen
and there you go. King can hide on h7.
Is she going to resign, or is she going to? Is she going to resign because
she's
get
got
one more
8
game
seconds.
and if she does?
Oh yeah.
And they get one more game.
I don't know whether they get one more game. There's only 1 second remaining. Do they get another game? Oh, they do get another game.
Wow. So if Valentina could have checked the clock because she has such a big advantage, but do you think she just wasn't paying attention, or because she was so zoned into the game, or do you think that she wants one more game of 3 minute just to give herself a wider cushion and bullet? Because a lot of the people in the chat are saying they think Divya is going to run it up in the bullet. I mean, I know she has a lot of fans, but what do you think the strategy was? Not paying attention because she was just in the zone of the game? Or
it was that.
Running it up?
I think you're just so focused on the game that you forget about the clock situation. Also, it's kind of a relatively new thing, right? You have to pay attention to the overall match clock. I guess if you're a football player, you're used to it. But as a chess player, we're kind of not. We're kind of just thinking about the game our clock, our opponent's clock, the end. But there I do see Valentina. She has a nice position, and it is actually a chance for Valentina to extend her lead. She's already got a 3-point advantage. She wins 4 points. That's a very healthy advantage in the bullet portion.
Yep, a cushion indeed. And by the way, I mean, she does have a really nice position here as white. She just, I mean, I used to play the Bogo Indian, and I always got a miserable position too. So I can really commiserate with Divya here. It just seems like it's a tough opening to play for black somehow, because it feels like you either equalize or you get a terrible position. It's like not very fun.
I must admit, I love the way that Valentina has been handling this. She's a very natural, very classical player. So I'm taking notes, because I do remember having some epic battles in the Bogo Indian and just thinking, why am I not getting as much as I deserve to? But yeah, there we see Rook E1 is the computer's choice. Just solidify the center. She's gone for Rook C1. Oh, and black has to just go forth and set the hounds in motion with F5, but Rook F7. But the problem is, okay, you have, if you can't park, yeah, this is the issue. You can't park the knight on E5 because it's going to get driven back with F4. You have problems with C7, and if you go to F8, well, I'm sorry to say, but that knight doesn't have a great future on that square. So this whole maneuver with Rook F7 is not quite worked out.
Rook E1, switching the rook from C1 to E1. I would have thought the other rook would go to E1, but this is a which rook situation, because the rook on F1 is also useful behind the F file.
Yeah, and now I wonder whether she's going to go, Valentina's going to go F5, G4, G5. Let's extend the dark diagonal, yeah.
You called it. You called it.
Well, we'll find out. She could just put a knight on E6, right?
You're trying to. Oh yeah, okay. That's another thought. I like your idea though. I mean, I guess that knight could come to like D7 or E5 maybe. So yeah, perhaps she is going to try something slightly more subdued. Queen G3, keeping an eye on F6 because it would have been potentially pinned earlier. We're back to C1. We saw it there just a few moves ago.
Yeah, I'm convinced she wants to put a knight on E6. You know, she's poured so much concrete onto that square. You might as well get a piece there.
How many moves does it take us to get there?
Two,
got to get to
three.
Knight B3, D4, E6, yeah.
Yeah. And she can do it, you know. Oh, be careful. There you saw that knight to D3 was a threat. But, okay, well now she's... Yeah, somehow or other, Valentina, she let go of the E4 square. So now she can't go knight C4, or she can't go knight to F3. As now has to find a new avenue to attack, but she still is doing well. It's just black is a little bit more active. Oh, B5, interesting choice there from Divya, because now Queen F2. Perhaps, do you think it's time, Jen, to go Rook takes E4 and just go whatever happens will be Rook A7?
Oh yeah, Rook A7 was juicy. Because there was that was in the distance. Rook A7 again, and that bishop.
And this time with some bonus because it's attacking the bishop. Oh,
yeah, it's over. It's over. She wins that. I mean, you know, she just won a piece. Of course, she just get one pawn back here because the pawn on E4 is pinned, but that's not going to be enough.
Absolutely not.
Queen A7, hitting the pawn. Target practice on that E7 pawn. You got to play Rook G8 now.
Absolutely. And then, I mean, I just think, do you want to put it in the bag? Do you go Queen C7? Okay, Rook C7 is good. The queen just cannot make any entryway into the king side. Okay, Queen to D4. Interesting. Maybe now, Rook C1. Come on. Okay, this is also good. Big threat of pawn takes pawn. And yeah, Divya's fighting hard, but she's just down a piece.
I mean, a really nice blitz strategy, actually, by Valentina. Notice how every piece protects each other. So it allows for very few tricks now. All in dark squares, all protecting each other. Very little blunder potential here, which is what you really want when you are at winning, but at a time deficiency in blitz, right?
And again, just note, she captures on e4 with her rook, offering a trade. There's nothing that much that Divya can do, but she can play on the fact that the white king is a little exposed. Exposed is the word I wanted to say. But yeah, trade, queen c5. Okay, now queen to d3. Divya, be a nuisance.
A nuisance, yes, that's what you want to do. I like that word.
It's a cool word, isn't it? Queen d3. Yeah, okay, no, Divya is doing all the right things. Now she's being problematic. The pawn on b4 is hanging. Yep, this is good.
Go.
And now the rook is coming to d2 and seconds left for both players. Okay, you have to cover queen a8.
Yeah, that's a big threat. Knight f8 check would come in with devastation if you went to h7.
19 seconds.
How to stop that? Just queen a4 was her answer.
The blunder! Rook takes rook.
Oh, no.
Rook takes rook.
Or queen takes rook. They both were. It was a super flavor. And look at that. Going into the bullet.
Rook c1. I think that portion was decided by a mouse slip. There we can see Divya. She cannot believe her eyes. She won a piece down. She snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. And that means that she has narrowed her gap down to 2 points. Woo! That was an incredible finish there. Very unexpected there at the end from Valentina. Jennifer, do you think that's going to have an impact on the bullet portion?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really opened up this match. Valentina in total control, but that mouse slip has made it just a 2-point match, making everything possible in the bullet portion.
Yeah. And that's like the perfect note for us to go on a short break as we go into the bullet portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. It's been intense, it's been wild, and we're in for more of the same. So don't go anywhere.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
Have you ever considered quitting chess and pursuing a completely different career?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
I feel like I sort of did it. I'm back now at Norway Chess as a commentator. I said I unretired to be at this event because even though chess has been my main career my whole life, I started as a chess player, then an Olympic player, then a commentator and content creator and streamer. During the pandemic, I also started going in the gaming direction, influenced by my boyfriend. And later, these last few years, I actually haven't been in front of the camera as much as I used to. I'm more behind the scenes working with him on his channel and on his content. So I think content creation will always be, or almost always will be, the main path, but I don't think chess is the only path. I love chess, but I think there's a lot more outside chess too.
What made you want to take that move from chess to gaming content creation? Was it just your boyfriend, or was that something that you wanted to do as well?
I think before meeting him, it probably would have been not gaming, but maybe art, IRL, traveling. I think I have a lot of interests, and then gaming became one of my interests because of him. But I always thought that I love chess, but I also like so many things outside chess, and I don't like to be put in a box where I can only do chess content. I feel like I love content creation in general, and I want to have the freedom to do what I'd like to do.
And you're really good at it as well. I feel like your personality is so sweet that doesn't matter what you do, you're like, yeah, really good at it no matter what. So
thank you, Anna. Likewise, you do so much variety content yourself.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
This summer, millions of people flock to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greet.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
We are back, and get ready because it's party time. We're in store for the bullet segment, but before that, it's not too late to secure your tickets for the 2024 Speed Chess Championship Finals in Paris. Join Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, and Hans as they compete in person for the crown. Tickets are selling fast, including the exclusive Watch Party Silver Weekend Pass, which gets you into the venue for all 3 days of action, plus streamer booths, merch access, and live commentary with our expert team. Head to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use !TIX, that's TIX, in chat to book your seat at the historic finals. Oh, and talking about historic finals, we are in for a treat as we have Valentina Gunina against Divya Deshmukh. It's the Women's World Blitz Champion against the World Junior Champion. And Divya has some ground to make up. She needs to win at least 2 games to take it to tie breaks. Jan, do you think we can see a comeback?
Oh yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, they've both been playing great. We did see that mouse flip in the last portion of the 3 minutes. So I think it could go anyway. And that first game of bullet is always so indicative. Or as we call it in poker, turbo. They call them hyper turbos and turbos. I love that how we have all these like different terms. And of course, ultra bullet. But this isn't ultra bullet, guys. Actually, this is kind of calm bullet, if you will. Like it almost sounds like a contradiction in terms, like a semi-turbo or a semi-bullet game, because we do have that 1 second increment, and that really changes it a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love this idea of turbo chess, turbocharged chess, because it feels like it. You know, bullet chess is all about intuition, good reflexes, good mouse skills, and keeping a cool head at the critical moments. And here, Divya, she has been very successful with the white pieces, and now she goes for this system of just winning this bishop and then playing with the bishop pair.
Yeah, and we're off in the bullet, and I see here that I feel like I've often seen a lot of positions like this go in white's favor in this match, but now we've got a little bit of a different setup. Sacrifices.
Careful.
Knight 6 is on tap.
Exactly. Knight takes h5 is also in the air. So knight to d5. The bishop's access to f7 needed to be blocked. And of course, Valentina finds this. And yeah, Valentina's been very, very impressive in this portion. Rook to e8.
I'd be tempted to sack, knight h5, but it's probably not good enough. Even in a bullet game, you want to keep your pieces, right? I mean, because you get two pawns, and
I'm with you though, because I'd rather sack and go for chaos than this, because in the chaos anything can happen. Here, look at this bishop on d6. It's amazeballs. Okay, look, pawn comes to h4. Yeah, Valentina, she knows what she has to do. Open up diagonals, and now rook c8, bishop b8, set up a battery. Queen f6, rook c8.
Can we get f4? I mean,
yeah, no, I think you're going to have to. a5, yes.
Trying to extricate that bishop, but it doesn't look super promising. Queen d6 threatening mate, but rook h1 protecting it in cold blood. Now rook e6 trying to get to f6 and make all sorts of other threats.
Yeah. But Divya, she is fighting like a lion. I mean, I just thought that this position was just almost standard play for black. But she just grabbed the pawn on a5, calmly defending against the checkmate idea, and is just setting up a blockade and saying, you cannot pass. Oh, I like that move. It's bold. It's brave. A little bit too reckless. But who cares? It's bullet chess.
Yeah, we can do what we want here, huh? Bishop a3 ideas could be in the offing. Yeah. We get what? Pawn takes f3. No. Ooh, we got g3 checking too. Okay, that's too much.
Yeah, it is too much. Queen e4. Oh, and now queen f3. Rook, love this move. Rook c6, pivoting so that the rook can move to f6. And that's why Divya just gives up the bishop. Gives up the rook for the bishop, but yeah, it's not enough. Yeah. Rook takes e3.
Fantastic game. Rook e2 coming. And Divya resigns because she wants to make sure she has enough games to come back if she can start winning some games.
Absolutely.
Only 11 and a half minutes left, and she needs 3 wins to get back to even.
Yes. She does. She needs to pull a whole load of victories in a row, and she needs to do them as quickly as possible because 11 minutes isn't that long, and just over 10 minutes to hold on to your dream of getting into the quarterfinals. D4. Okay, rook c1. Take on d4. I don't see why this is a tremendous blunder, I'll be honest with you. I don't think it is. And now what to do? Queen h5 is very tempting. Rook c2 is also another idea. Rook b1.
Pawn, yeah. Rook b1, that looks like a pretty straightforward one, yeah. So you're at least going to win back. Okay, wait. Now, if we play rook a1, you can put your queen back to b2, protecting against...
Yeah. But Divya is a pawn up. And, okay, white has compensation, but it's just compensation. Enough to hold the balance. h3.
Exactly.
But can Divya do this? It's, the worst comes to the worst. Divya can just go, I'm abandoning the b7 pawn, I'm just going to go bishop e6, and we agree a draw as quickly as possible and move on to the next game. Oi. Well,
ooh,
whoa!
She got the fork.
Bishop d3. Oh.
It's not going to be easy to win this endgame, but if we can win that pawn. But, if you can keep that pawn, it should be a lot easier. Look at that. Right. She's holding b7 pawn.
But the rook against the bishop. So say, for instance, you just move a rook away. the rook against the bishop is going to be an awful endgame. So you could go rook a8, just for instance, and you're going to be forced to go rook takes. And okay, well, no, this is even easier. This is even easier. Look, beautiful technique there from the 18-year-old Divya. I don't think I stressed it enough. 5 seconds for Valentina. King h2. And rook b6. And not so easy. Valentina with just seconds left on the clock, making things tricky. But in the end, king c7. And this is what needed to be done. b6. Pawn stays alive. And pawn is slowly going to march up the board. Rooks belong behind past pawns. And now she's got it. And look, Divya has 51 seconds remaining. Yeah.
She's going to creep closer. And there it is. She won on time. 4.5 to 6.5 with just 8 minutes left. But this is enough time if she is able to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, if she just wins 1 game, then, you know, you could find yourself in the exact same situation that Mai Nava found herself, where she had to win with the black pieces. She did it. She won again on demand in the tie breaks. Yeah. 2 victories is something that you can recover. Sorry, 2 losses is something that you can recover from. So, okay, nice opening there from Divya. She has the bishop pair. She's got control over the c line. And yeah, it's a kind of, oh, e5. E5 is a really interesting move, because not only is black saying, hey, I'm giving you the bishop pair, but in the long run, the d5 pawn is incredibly weak. But there we see almost like Valentina's like favorite thing is to set up a battery on this b8 h2 diagonal. There you go, threat and checkmate.
Little checkmate thread. And now what happens on g5?
It is, you can go take and then go g5.
Yeah. g5, I think it's an ugly move, but it does the trick.
Yeah, and Divya, she quickly blocked that diagonal, so g3.
That could have spelled the end of her chances in the Speed Chess Championship match. As I think a win here for Valentina might not be enough time for Divya to cover if she wins. Probably still just enough, but she'd have to win 2 games in a row. We'll see. But a draw, I think, will keep her in contention. So if she wins or draws this game, Divya is in the hunt for that title to advance to the next round.
Yeah. 19 seconds for Valentina. And yeah, 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And Valentina, she's got a great position. Knight takes pawn. Just steal as much material as possible and then live with the consequences. Because white can't lift the rook, so you can just mobilize the pawn. h4, take on g3, and then just go rook d2. And then harass the bishop.
Don't give a draw. Don't give a draw, because if she can make this, first of all, she might win the game. But even if it were to be a draw, she wants it to last as long as possible.
Exactly. Exactly, and she's 2 pawns up, right? No need to agree a draw, but just play it out for 150 moves.
Either way, yeah, whether you win or whether you draw. Oh, bishop e6, okay. So rook f3, though. That takes care of that, and now you're up 3 pawns.
Yes, and you can't take on a5, but okay, Divya's being tricky. I don't know whether that's a good strategy or not. Oh, beautiful shot there from Valentina. Rook b6. And here comes...
This one is going to get it done for black, as this is the kind of stuff we teach the little ones. You got to get the king in front, and then you get the win. Very nice. The king is the thing in the end game. We might call this the Women's Speed Chess Championships and make a lot of references to queens, but it's been about the king in a lot of these endgames. We've seen some amazing endgame play today.
Absolutely. And I'm just, from a time point of view, Divya has to make up 3 points in 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Is this possible? It feels like nigh on. Okay, well, hang on a second. What's happening here?
Oh, and, no.
Yeah.
The queen doesn't have a lot of
material.
I was thinking there might have been a way to trap that queen earlier.
It looked like it was possible. And Divya playing instantly. That's what she has to do. She basically can't use any time on the clock.
So quickly. I love that she's trying, though. You know, she's just like, there's a chance. You know, yeah.
Yeah, and she's fighting hard. And Valentina is also doing the same. Checkmate threatened on G2. So it has to defend against that. But this pawn on D3 is so scary. H4 to block the H5 from black. Rook D2 is what I'm predicting. Stop this pawn from advancing. Yeah, okay, bishop D6. This is good stuff from Valentina. 3 minutes remaining in the match. And Valentina is corralling that pawn on D3. She's playing all the good moves.
That's right. She really is playing some fantastic chess here. As Divya is trying her hardest to not only win, but win quickly. And that's what you've got to do in chess or any game, poker, basketball. You don't have a good chance to win the match, but whatever that chance is, even if it's only 1%, you hold on to it. And even I don't think she's going to win this speed chess match, Jovi, but I'm really loving how she keeps fighting.
Me too. She's been resourceful to the bitter end. She's been very well prepared. She certainly has an incredible future ahead of her. But also hats off to Valentina. She has played amazing chess. She's recovered from results that have not gone her way, they've been unexpected, and she's managed to turn things around. And you know, Divya could turn things around because the rook cannot move. The queen will give checkmate on G2 if it does, and now comes Divya. Now, unfortunately, only 1 minute and 45 seconds is remaining in the match.
That's right.
Too little, too late.
She might be able to get one more game, but she'd have to find like some kind of miniature checkmate. And unlikely that Gunina will allow that, but you know, she will try.
Yeah. And we have 1 minute and 24 seconds. And maybe even Valentina will turn it around.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem, right?
C7. Oh. Okay, king b5. Bishop d6. Yeah, this is nice to stop. And now comes the king. King b7. You cannot stop the c-pawn from marching. And it probably is still really tricky. And there we see h5. The nail in the coffin. That's it. Valentina wins 8.5 points, 4.5 points, 37 seconds remaining in the match. Valentina has done it. She'll be moving on to the quarterfinals. Massive congratulations to Valentina. What a contender, what a star.
Oh yeah, I mean, both players really showed some incredible skills in this match, but I was very impressed by Valentina Gunina. Just a very low blunder rate, right? I mean, yeah, she lost a couple games here and there, and Divya played some fantastic chess, but it always felt like Valentina had things under control in so many positions. I was really impressed. She's a huge contender in this.
Absolutely. I was impressed by how she handled the middle game, because even when she was in trouble, she was surprised. She was able to have all her wits about her and fight until the bitter end and often turn those results around. Very, very impressive there from Valentina. And for Divya, yeah, this is just the beginning for her. She's already World Girls Junior champion. I'm pretty sure she will be getting more achievements to her name. She'll be off to Budapest in September to play in the Indian team. And it's just the beginning for her.
And those world titles are really hard to win. I mean, on papers, I feel like, you know, you and I have played in many of those, and you might be like, oh, okay, whatever. She was one of the higher rated players. Okay, she won. But no, everybody there is just like bloodthirsty, those events. They just want the medals for their country so bad. Yeah, it's a very impressive title to win.
Right, when I won the European Girls all the way back, I think I was maybe 10th seed. No one expected me to win, but I was like, I know I can do it. And talking about winning, well, f4 is a brilliant move there from Valentina, because she's threatening bishop to b7, and there's going to be a deadly attack on g2. So that's why Divya, she cannot move the knight. And instead, she's hedging her bets on the far advanced c-pawn, but Valentina doesn't even let her get that. Instead, very accurate until the end. Now she captures. And yes, it's one last hurrah perhaps from Divya. But in the end, it was the Valentina show.
That's right. And rook b6 and queen e8, just corralling that pawn calmly. That's one way to put it. Calm, even in the face of great danger, has Valentina been today. And that's going to get her this match against a present and future star.
Absolutely. And there we see she picks up even more material. The a-pawn is falling. But I like how she's precise until the very end. She doesn't allow rook c7 or black or white to feel any hope whatsoever. And oops, well, that was a tricky shot there from Divya. But in the end, the queens had to come off the board. And there we see it. Final score, 9.5 points for Valentina Gunina, 4.5 points for the young star Divya Deshmukh. What a fight it was. The score perhaps doesn't reflect the true nature of the fight. It doesn't really reflect how close some of the games were. But once again, keeping us entertained. And there we can see the final scoreboard. Valentina showing her dominance in the 3+1 and the bullet section. She just showed so much class throughout the event. Jen, it's been quite the experience. A lot of action, a lot of thrills, a lot of spills, some memorable moments. How have you found this so far?
Oh, wow. Both matches fantastic, as we see Alexandra Kosteniuk and Valentina Gunina advance today. As we take a look at our Women's Speed Chess Championships Julius Baer bracket, we are going to see both of their names highlighted, as Gunina is now going to be facing Lagno in the quarterfinals, while Kosteniuk will face Vaishali, and we have our final 8.
There we do. And on that note, once all the quarterfinals have been settled, well, we are going to go on a quick break as we set up an interview with Valentina Gunina.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens, but you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Do you believe you're better at chess than me?
Yes.
Yes, she does.
I don't know. Why would you ask me though? I never want to say that.
I do too, so it's totally fine. I think you're better than me too.
But
it's totally fine.
I would add something to that. I think I'm the better chess player, but you are the better content creator.
Really?
Yes. I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of all that you have achieved. You've just hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube. You're going, just dominating the entire chess and content creation world. I'm really happy for you.
Thank you. You want to know the funny part? That was literally the question that was right after this. In the same line, it was that question. But that means a lot. Thank you. I always looked up to you so much when I started streaming, I remember, because, well, one, you were named Anna, but then obviously you were one of the more experienced chess commentators. I had never done something like that. So I always looked up a lot to you. So I think it's really cool to hear you say that about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That means a lot. I remember that you mentioned me like ages ago, before you started doing commentary or streaming, that you wanted to be like me. I don't know if that was the quote.
I thought you were so cool. I was like, I want to be like Anna Rudolph. You felt so confident. You were so good with cameras. You were so good at hosting and obviously at chess too. So I was like, this girl is so cool. Like, I want to be like her one day. So yeah, no, I think I did say something like that at some point.
I think you not only achieved it, but you surpassed it. Now I want to be like Anna Kramling.
That's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Mate is in 4 moves from the position in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
Hello and welcome back, and we are joined by the World Blitz champion Valentina Gunina, who just had a very smooth victory, would you say that, over Divya Deshmukh?
Hi, I'm just tired because you know, super final of Champ Russia just finished yesterday. Yesterday I came home, so and play here. So I'm just happy to be here. That's all.
And what were your emotions during the match? Because it looked quite close, and then you just pulled away in the bullet. Were you feeling calm, or was there a moment where you're thinking, oops?
I was feeling tired. I don't know how I look by the other people, but I know myself that I feel tired. Looking so.
I can tell you did not look tired. You looked completely focused, and I was complimenting like how razor sharp you looked. But yeah, well, you survived. You're here. You played some great chess. And you mentioned that you were playing in the tournament. Were you using some of the opening preparation that you had for the Russian Super Championship finals in this match?
I was trying, but seems it didn't work at all. So I again have some questions to my coach, to my private coach, but it's not a problem from him. It's a problem for me.
Did you have, I mean, what was your game plan going into this match? Because you were playing the World Junior Girls Champion. You just come off a tournament. Did you have anything that you had in mind? Were you going to play solid, sharp?
I didn't manage anything because I know myself that after such tournament, it's really difficult to play, especially in my situation. So I just wanted to have fun. And before I know, I saw this epic ending of Sasha Kosteniuk and my Narva. And I didn't want to play like this, you know, just to have winning position and oops. So I wanted just to have fun.
Okay, well, having fun certainly worked for you. And moving ahead, you'll be playing your compatriot, Katerina Lagno. I'm sure you played her many times. What are you gonna be thinking about that match?
Nothing. I mean, just because. I hope the same as now. I will have fun. I don't know about Katerina. Yeah, but she won Russian champ, and she played very good there. So
yeah, so just take it as it is. But I have some questions, especially from chat. They're very interested in knowing, how do you manage the stress of low time? That's a question from Ozul.
You speak to me about now, about it now, or before my
in general, but also now in this match, because the time got shorter and shorter.
Yeah, in general, if I don't have this lupus before, so for me it's I started to have some analyzing about stress and so on, but when now I have it and I have to take all medicine, so I don't you know, like all problems for me now doesn't exist because I have my main problem, so I don't need even to do anything because I know that I already have stress. So and for me, just like, okay, just let's play.
Yeah. And so and since you brought up lupus, we do know that you've been struggling with this disease for a while now. How does that affect your preparation, your play?
For example, if I play classic like Russian champ, it's really hard. It's exhausting for me because it's such long period time of the time. So for me, it's hard to play classic. But when I play rapid and blitz, it's better for me. So then for my preparation, I'm trying to prepare like in classic. So but sometimes I cannot understand where I am. And okay, just turn off everything and just forget about everything. So like today, I was struggling yesterday from flight, and today decided, okay, I already struggling, so nothing can happen worse for me. So I just wanted to play, just to enjoy.
Yeah, and it worked beautifully, Valentina. You played such great chess. You kept us entertained. What's next for you? What will you be doing after today? Will you be celebrating first?
Yeah, because before and between this break, I went out from my room, and my dog, he was doing like, I like you so much. That's how I will celebrate. And you know, so when you have such anti-stress, I need to do it again and again and again. So that's how I will celebrate my winning. And you know, at 1st of September, I go to Vladivostok. I wanted to go there so much before, and one hand, I was thinking, I will be so tired after a Russian champ and so on. It's so long time to fly there, and very 7 hours different, so much different. And but the other hand, I was I wanted to go there, I wanted to be there. I've never been in Vladivostok before, so that's my dreams come true. So
I can understand. It's the other side of Russia. When I look at the atlas, I've always looked at like where Moscow is and there Vladivostok, and I'm like, oh, I want to go. So I understand. And I have to say, Valentina, thank you so much for being honest with us and sharing your thoughts. And thank you. And I want to also pass on my congratulations, because you played an amazing match. And good luck in the quarterfinals against Katerina Lagno.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Wow. Valentina Gunina there. She told us she just came straight out of a tournament. She felt tired, but she just decided to enjoy herself in this round of 16 against Divya Deshmukh. And there she is in the quarterfinals. And here are our 8 quarterfinalists. My goodness me, that is quite the lineup, Jen, right?
Absolutely. And so much incredible matches that have gotten us here, right? So tight, so competitive. Everybody here so deserved, but it easily could have been otherwise. That Kosteniuk match today was an absolute thriller, and the chess that Gunina showed was just so classy and instructive. Talking about enjoying, I have certainly enjoyed myself today with you calling this Women's Speed Chess Championship.
I have loved every second of it, Jen, and I just want to thank you as well for joining in the action, and it's been a real blast. And the chess has really, and I've said it many, many times, that it's really been fascinating, entertaining, emotional. It's had every single thing. And I'd like to thank everyone at home as well for joining in and being part of this rather special event. Well, that is the round of 16 done in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We move on to the quarterfinals, and that will be happening September the 2nd. So mark your calendars, set your timers, because once again, chess is going to be there at the forefront, and I will be there alongside Benjamin Bock. Cannot wait. And again, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you, Jen. It's been a blast, and I will see you all on September the 2nd. Goodbye.
Thank you so much to everybody. It's been so much fun. Bye from Barcelona.
Oh, sorry, I didn't allow you that.